Alright folks, welcome back everyone. 皆さんお帰りなさい。今日は130日目です。It's day 130. Let's get into our lessons here. だろうか? And with the no, and no, okay, I see. So kind of like I wonder how this relates to ana. When daro is grouped with ka, it presents the statement before it as something that the speaker is unsure about. In this way, it is similar to I wonder if a. Okay. In English, to use this construction, the statement before daro ka must be nominalized, turned into a noun phrase. This is done through the use of na or nano, in the case of non-adjectives and nouns. In the case, that's what they wrote.
私たちのチームは勝てるのだろうか。
Okay.
彼女は本当に彼氏が欲しいのだろうか。あの人は大丈夫なのだろうか。あれは本当に食べ物なのだろうか。
Okay. Very simple sentences. Despite the grammatical rule relating to nominalization using na or nano, this part of the phrase is often omitted. Yeah, okay. Where that parentheses comes in. Alright.
トムは私を誘うだろうか。
そう。
あの人は本当に弁護士だろうか。
Okay. Daroka is quite masculine, so in order to sound polite and ladylike, deshoka may also be used instead. Fair enough.
そんな高い鉛筆をトムが買うのでしょうか。あの車はキムの車なのでしょうか。
Makes sense. Daro and desho relationship is intact. Although daroka is quite masculine, it does not strictly mean that deshoka is feminine. Yeah, deshoka may be used confidently by either women or men. Yeah. I was just about to make that comment. I imagine that's how it ends up. Fun fact, like daroka may be used to ask a question or simply to express the speaker's inner thoughts. Yeah, okay. I figured that would be an option. この人が言っていることは本当なのだろうか? Yeah, okay. そこに音wait, am I 息子をwhat? Take 連れ I was thinking of a different read for this. 連れて行っていいのだろうか? Oh, okay. That's fair. 行っていい. It's okay, or can, sure. Alright. However, daroka is most commonly used to express a personal I wonder in a similar way to kana. Because of this, even if it is used as a question, the listener may assume that you are not specifically looking for an answer from them. Fair enough. Yeah, kana. How are these related? Or how are these possibly different. Like I wonder if A, kana is casual and common everyday speech or texting. Okay. This daroka can also be used in conversation but conveys a more thoughtful or serious tone, suggesting deeper considerations as compared to kana, which can be used for offhand comments. Maybe that's something I should incorporate into pretty much everything I say when I'm saying it. You know, phrase everything in a form of I wonder, because that's pretty much I wonder, huh? Janaka, yeah, wait. Janaika, okay, right, seek confirmation but with different levels of confidence. Daroka expresses uncertainty, used for low confidence guesses or supposition. Interesting. I wonder if in contrast, Janaika is to confirm something that the speaker believes to be true, often with a confrontational, challenging tone. Okay. So what, we have inviting tone, like an inviting one, a confirmation, like strong affirmative, weak affirmative, seeking agreement, like various versions of seeking agreement. And then this also has a form of rhetoric. Like this is probably the closest thing that I particularly speak in than asking for confirmation and stuff, like Desnet situation. I'm usually not intending to express a sense of confidence when I'm asking, like when I'm saying like, isn't it? Typically it's I wonder. So this is good. Interesting. All right. Right. Okay. We got an honorific and to become. But it's in the form of to do. To do honorific. Interesting. Remember not to use honorific language when speaking about yourself and your actions. Yeah, that would be kind of weird. Alright, so what? O in front of the verb stem. Okay, and then go plus a pseudo verb. Okay, go in front of pseudo verbs. And then we have iku, kuru, and iru special. All the iku, kuru, and iru are special things. Huh, no aru. Or suit. Oh, wait. What does that say? Oh, limited to pseudo verbs like, okay. Denwa suru, benkyou suru, and sanpo suru. Okay, iku, kuru, and iru only. Interesting. Do oite naru. Oh, yeah, because aru is fair enough. Oh, okay. So we have honorific is an honorific language expression which is used to pay respect to the actions of the person that's being spoken to. Another person, never the speaker, right? In this expression, ninaru is used to in exactly the same way that suru would be used, except that it will be attached to the ma stem. Okay, yeah, fair enough. That's different. Ma stem of the verb that is referring to. Okyakusama ga お見えになるのは3時頃で Okay. Around 3 o'clock when the guests will come? Oh. Interesting. Huh. お見えになるのは for come.
皆様、お立ちになってください。この資料がご参考になれば幸いです。
ご参考。Oh, okay. Oh no. That means I have to keep in mind. That's right. I can conjugate naru.
部長はどういう番組をご覧になるのですか？
Oh, what? Hold on. Oh. Look. 何になるの? The primary difference between O and Go is that O will be used with words readings of Japanese origin, kunyomi, and Go will be used with words reading of Chinese origin, onyomi. Alright, that's good. In fact, O and Go are both represented by the same kanji. Yeah. For this kanji, yep, there it is. The honorific kanji is one of the kunyomi, and Go is one of the onyomi. Okay. Fun fact, some verbs like ideru are used almost exclusively with honorific language. Ideru. Oide ni naru, like the o ni naru form of ideru, is an example of this. And can mean to come, to go, to be. This is due to the perspective of the speaker when using honorific language, and something that we'll discuss in later detail. Yeah, that requires a little bit. 64%. Alright. Fair enough. Nasaru. Nasaru. Oh. Okay. It's probably related. Let's see. Suru into nasaru. Or, okay, everything dealing with suru. So we have suru itself, a suru verb, and then the honorific. Conjugations, which we conjugate suru. Aranai. Okay. So nasaru is an honorific language verb which acknowledges and respects the action of another, never the speaker. Like, right? Nasaru has exactly the same meaning as suru. Okay. Nasaru can be utilized in any situation where suru would be used as a direct replacement. It is a special class verb, which means that it has some unique conjugation rules. In its casual form, it will be conjugated exactly the same way as a Godani. Oh no, Godani. Right. No, godan. My bad. Yes. As a do verb, right? Sara, yeah, saranai. Yeah. Okay. Wait. Yes. Yes. Okay.
週末もお仕事をなさるのですか？
Shikoto. Interesting.
勘違いなさらないでください。
勘違い。勘違い。Interesting.
「社長は先週どちらでゴルフをなさったのですか？」納得なさらないなら私に言ってください。
な、お。Interesting. However, in the polite form, instead of do, changing to ri, as would be expected of an u verb, it will be changed to e instead. Okay. Oh, yeah, it is related to the nasai. Okay.
お飲み物はどうなさいますか？
I see.
忘れ物はなさいませんか？お客様、どうなさいましたか？彼は計画を変えることはなさいませんでした。
At least that explains all the default nasai stuff. Although some Japanese speakers will use it, expressions like nasatte irashai, irasharu are considered double keigo. So nasaru in honorific language and the irasharu is also honorific language, yeah. And are technically incorrect. However, nasaru may be partnered with mas, which is simply polite speech. Fair enough. Oh, don't double up. Okay. So like 社長は今ゴルフをなさっていらっしゃる。Oh my, that's kind of it sounds wordy in itself. So instead of you would do 社長は今ゴルフをなさっています。Okay. なさっています。Okay. Nasaru is considered a little bit old-fashioned in modern Japanese, and o ninaru is the preferred form used by most native speakers. Fair enough. You can always throw in an old-fashioned. I'm a fan of old-fashioned. I'm genuinely curious how that works, how the dynamic works, because oftentimes like it's kind of reflected in the way the staff writes, like the Bunpro staff writes these grammar things where they're constantly juxtaposing, like the juxtaposition between old-fashioned and modern Japanese. Since you're kind of expecting a rule adherence, a higher rule adherence to modern day trends, it's kind of interesting to see how the dynamics work when someone attempts to speak old-fashioned as a point of contrast and individualism versus simply following modernization. Largely because in English, I specifically code swap for the sake of individualism as opposed to trying to adhere to conventional usage. Like, I don't, when I'm doing these things, like literally recording these things, I don't sound particularly reminiscent of modern English speakers. In fact, it's probably slightly a hybridization of formal speech and basically a completely lack of Gen Z requirements. So I can't see myself embracing like modern English, for example, modern internet speak, so to speak. So comments like these are interesting to notice. Maybe there is a medium dependency other than like literary versus spoken, right? They keep making a contrast between literary and spoken Japanese, but there's consistently a contrast between old-fashioned and modern Japanese. And I imagine this dichotomy is far more vivid or salient, I suppose, when you're in Japan or consuming Japanese entertainment. However, I don't often think of these types of adherence as a point of being disrespectful or respectful, so to speak, but more opportunities for individualism and impression. I don't know. It'd be kind of interesting to see if I can catch these things in the future, where someone would like predominantly speak in modern Japanese, but they would occasionally throw in old-fashioned things, or maybe things that are kind of dated, specifically to try to be like cheeky or leaving a lasting impression in some way. Don't really know how normal that is, or maybe like a specific idiosyncrasy that is either viewed positively or negatively. I feel like it would be more awkward and negative than, say, in English. Occasionally I would say, maybe throw in some jovial old idioms in the middle of my speech, which can be considered incredibly old-fashioned. However, it would be seen more as a intentional peak, right, of interest, intentional peak of interest. Anyways, Nasai, oh, yeah, here it is. Let's see. So what's so nasaru, right? This part, nasaru and nasai are derived from the same verb. Okay, but used differently. All right. So it's not quite the same, but it is related. Nasaru is an honorific form of suru, right? Used for a respectful reference to someone's actions, as in ashita. Wait. Yeah, ashita. Shikoto. No. Do matter? Having a stroke? She? Oh, no, yeah, shikoto. Yeah, shikoto nasaimasu ka? And nasai is the imperative form, right? Used to firmly but politely instruct someone as, right. Okay, I see that. Interesting. I guess this would be very similar to how you can mistaken the te form in the conjunctive, or like the tai form with other tai endings. And then we have suru, of course. The key is politeness. Fair enough. Okay. Keep it in mind. It kind of lines up really well, though. All right. I'm gonna have a tough time remembering the exception. And yep. Okay. Okay. Okay, so they by default omit. Okay. That's the primary. Okay. Interesting. Because of... Okay. That makes sense. I thought it was... Oh, do I not? Oh, huh. So yep. What was the middle part? Like this.
お飲み物はどうなさいますか?
Right. I don't recall how. Now, why would this be? Yeah, now I'm a bit confused. By this example. Because... Oh, because my actions need to be... Oh, okay. It's not the... Because that's the topic. Wait, how does that work? Do I need like or not? Oh, whoops, sorry. Oh. Okay.
先生はお帰りになりました。
Okay, that's gonna take some time. Alright. There's a now
アナウンサー、
high chance I'm gonna drop this part. Okay. Tsucho. Tsucho. Oh, interesting. Haven't seen this combination. Tsucho. Many other notebooks, but not this one. All right. The bank book kind of checks out too. Is this just Miyagi? It's kind of interesting seeing it without the honorific. Which one is this? Guy? Or okay. Be multiple things. Akuko. That's like broken. Oh, wait. The way they describe Rakugo, is that the same? Interesting. Oh no, wait, I'm thinking of something else. I just don't have the I just don't know this phrase in general. This term in general. Interesting. Rakugo. Forecast, sure. Well, your whole is fine. Alright. Dental. Yeah. Scarf. Return, yeah, return product. What is that? Npeen? Rendaku. Then in front of the haro. Oh, pudding. Geography, yeah. What is that? Chili. This one's a little weird because it doesn't use study. It doesn't use like gaku. A gaku or a kyo or something that deals with the act of studying something, but uses logic instead. Subjects are kind of a poop shoot for me, where I'm not entirely sure what they're using to illustrate that it's the study of something, but definitely it would be Rigaku Sho, possibly Rigaku Sho, and then you use these and attach maybe like a yacht or ya shu. To like make them into people, places, something like that. Oh, this is like... Wait, is this honorific? This is probably honorific. Yeah, I got it being attached to something. But meshi agaru. Meshi agaru. Agaru. Don't recall a character. Oh, wait. Oh, that's because I haven't got... No, okay. So what does this character default to? Shoal? Makes sense. Shoal. That's this is carrier radical. Shoal. And then me is... I'm gonna leave most of the characters that are new go for the time being. It's kind of hard to think it means to eat or to drink, though. This one's a little bit tough. Oh, Mesu. Mesu can also mean to take. Interesting. Alright. This one might be a tough one.
Contact.
Okay. Scoot. Okay, fair enough. What do we got? Kaigi shitsu. Makes sense. Conference room. Kaigi shitsu. Shokuhi. Makes sense. Hey, we just got cut it. To cut or to mow or to prune, etc. Sleep. Sleepa. Shave. Soru. Oh no, that's a different one. I do not believe I have seen this before. Closest thing I can think about is using whittle down like saku, or like carving related or cutting related. Interesting. Do I know you? I do know you. For shave. T. Yeah. E. So do. And this is not one of the characters. At least it doesn't look like it. See if I can find. Nope. That's one that they skipped. Interesting. And it's not written in kana. Okay. I think I'm just gonna have to write something for this. What would be your onyomi? Is your onyomi ever used? Kind of interesting that I'm not entirely sure how this is N4. feel like this is something like N2. Let's see. Te? Does that look like a te? Not particularly. Okay. Oh, actually. Not particularly. Alright. Soru. 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 Oyu's younger brother. See, this is what you mean. Sometimes programs seem to randomly throw in high-level words at lower levels. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how they organize their things. Yeah. Obviously, it's kind of in the long run, it's really not a big deal considering you need all of them. And I really don't see the difference between high level or low level words. Hello there. But it's kind of weird. So hear me out on this one. It's still very weird. Like, I didn't understand this about English either, where there's such thing as high level and low level words. Like, more difficult words and less difficult words, if you know what I mean. When those words are used to serve a function. But those functions are used in that way. Like, the act of learning and memorizing something is no more difficult or less difficult for any word. I can understand grammatical stuff being more and less difficult, but I cannot understand why words are. You just feel like it should be more streamlined, though you get some plans are subjective. So I don't like I really don't understand the whole idea of when you say streamlined, because this word to shave, right, for example, it's marked as an N2 word, but I don't understand what that has to do with the idea that it's to shave. Like, there's no streamlining would imply maybe we should define streamline. Streamline, I'm guessing you mean straightforward. However, straightforward maybe not the thing that you might be referring to. I think maybe unified is the word, is the feeling that you're trying to convey, which is you want to have sources unified. Because this is streamlined. No matter what you do, as long as things don't overlap. Like, if things don't overlap, then it's streamlined. So I'm guessing the thing you're looking for is that you wish that all sources had the same organization, or like standardized is probably the word. Standardized, same order and whatnot. Streamline means if it's simple, like if it's every program like Bunpro is streamlined because it's not compared to anything else. Although it wouldn't be streamlined anymore if you add Wanikani to the mix. Now Wanikani and Bunpro is no longer streamlined because the two of them do not agree on a standard. Yeah, there's no standardization between the two of them. And then this one is an N2 according to Jisho. Jisho writes this as an N2, and then Bunpro writes this as an N4. And Wanikani doesn't use curriculum, so Wanikani is non-curriculum. So I'm guessing I agree with you in that sense, that's pretty much how it feels when you're using multiple sources. So like Wanikani, you will basically not learn this. It's not in Wanikani. So this is not in Wanikani. In fact, this character is omitted, which I'm not sure if Wanikani covers all of. Presumably, Wanikani covers 100% of the characters of N2. Presumably. And I'm supposed to... I am one level away from covering all of N5 to N2 characters. But I have not seen this character. And upon looking for it, I do not see it in Wanikani, so non-standardized, right? So basically these things are not standardized, which is interesting. The thing I often think about is, though, standardizing learning a language, right? Standardizing vocabulary has often been weird to me. In the past, right, when I was a wee young lad, no internet existed. So, however, now that the internet exists, we have things like this, like data mining, massive data mining of frequencies. And oftentimes, I think nowadays, when it comes to like these things, like what is N5, what is N4, oftentimes they change over time due to whichever dominant usage happens. And I think that's how curriculums are maturing. Now, the weird thing that we live in a world where our apps might be using different data sources. So like perhaps shaving has a quote-unquote higher metric now than others. And this is where it creates that really weird feeling where when you're in school, right, you always ask the question, why am I learning this? And here comes the big keyword. If I'm not going to use it. And that to me is where I think the word streamline comes in. So when you think about learning, a lot of times people want learning to be streamlined. So this time I'm really talking about the word streamlined, as in, why can't I learn just the things I'm going to use? So like for this curriculum, the purpose of N5, N4, N3, N2, and N1 is that these are hallmarks of streamlined. So the JLPT is streamlined because it's compared to itself, is streamlined. It's streamlined for application, right? The whole idea is when you standardize an exam or you standardize the knowledge, you only want to learn just the things that you need to be done. Yeah, I just want to know if it will be on the test. Exactly, Beth. So in this case, Bunpro clearly doesn't do that, despite them labeling like N4 and N5 stuff. I think nowadays, like for example, I'm not going to be using this word, right? However, others might use this word with a higher frequency because they think about shaving. And so even though I don't think this word is useful for me, it's not up to me to make the choice if everyone else is shaving. Like I like, it's pretty clear that I don't shave very often because I lack a significant amount of body hair, right? So the thing is, other people will probably shave fairly often. So it's interesting. And moving this to an N4 group when it's N2, I'm like, all right, I guess I should really familiarize myself with N2. English is very similar. In the beginning, like most people would teach, the English curriculum is to teach words that are used, right? Like they form the foundations. So you know your foundation words. And then by the time you get to, honestly, if I had to be really crude about this, when it comes to net speak, I talk about this quite often. 9th grade. Anything from 9th grade and on, it doesn't matter the order. Online. Anything past 9th grade, there's so many gaps. It's non-standardized. It's all over the place. So, like, what the stuff you typed, right? The only words that would be beyond 9th grade is streamlined, and I think that's it. Like in all of your words, I think streamline is the only thing that goes beyond 9th grade. Everything else is standardized, for lack of a better word. Like everything is, I think even lower than standardized would be normal. So everything else below is normal, which is interesting. That the reason why I'm saying this is I feel like N2 and N1 feels the same way. You go from like N5 to N3, and then most people will say if you master this, quote unquote master this, you can colloquially speak. So like you will have colloquial conversations to a point of perceived fluency in casual conversation. And so since this is N2, I'm like, all right, I guess N2 and N1. This is also true for HSK 1 through 6. I think it might even go lower to 5. This is the Chinese scale, the standardization. And HSK, there is an HSK 6. And then 7 through 9 is just an asterisk. Just like, all right, we have no idea. It varies so much into adulthood. So because you're getting into adulthood, right? And then that's where you and me come in, because we're both way past, like we're past high school. So now trying to standardize the rest is like, standardizing it so that the learning process is streamlined, right? Learning it would become streamlined if everything is standardized. And I don't know how you would do that. Largely because I've spoken to adults, or we speak, and then like other people, the amount of different people I spoke to, the range is incomprehensibly complex. Like I wouldn't, if someone asked me, hey, would you be willing to commit, add your input on English for like grade 9 plus for vocabulary, my thought is, you still teach vocabulary and at grade 9 plus? Like basically there would be no standardized attempt after 9th grade. Like you simply move on to concepts. So that's pretty much it. You move on to concepts and grammar. Grammar forms the foundation of concepts, and that's where vocabulary is like no longer standardized, because you don't know what the vocabulary is, the vocabulary usage. I think in English, which is for someone who is still learning English, I think it's kind of helpful to tell them the same thing. I don't know if Japanese people would be like coming up and it's like, oh, don't worry about it. N2, N1, you just use those words. You come across them when you come across them. It's fine. However, if you're taking the JLPT exam, it would be kind of useful if it got standardized from other people's sources. However, here's the kicker, right? The people who make the exams, their entire focus isn't necessarily to teach you what's in JLPT, because if they did, they would simply re-release the same JLPT material. Like they simply copy whatever the government releases on JLPT or the organization that's responsible for JLPT and just copy and paste it into their work, which at that point you might as well, I suppose, go to a government resource and then study that. It's kind of like my thought is on the SATs, like, and the MCATs, GRE. These are American based, so in case you're not familiar with these. And then like the bar exam, right? I don't know what, like, I guess the three stages of medical exams. All of them are like, okay, those are streamlined, but you have to hear me out here in case you haven't studied for these. There's always third-party resources, right? Just like this, third-party resources, and they're trying to guess. They're trying to guess the best approximation of it, because now we're gonna now you can put on your tinfoil hats, right? If you have a tinfoil, I really need a convenient tinfoil hat of some sort. So you put it on, and now you think, so you're telling me standardized exams are proprietary, and that's why, because they're proprietary, all the third-party stuff can make money by guessing what the proprietary thing is. And then now you can take off your tinfoil hat and think as a consumer is that, yeah, most of them are guessing. Because if you knew exactly what was on the exam, right? If you knew what was exactly on these exams, then my broken record comes out. You know, I take my record book, right? I take my vinyl that I repeat all the time, I put it on the player, and I'm going to say the thing that I say all the time. When you know the correct answer, it doesn't mean you're learning anything. So here's where the trouble happens. Someone can score well on an SAT if a third party gives no longer guess, they give them the right answers, right? Now, that's not what third party things are doing. They're trying to teach you how you can figure it out, right? That's kind of the idea. So now I don't know if this is still a thing where, like, okay, those who administer these exams, SATs, MCAT, JLPT, right? JLPT, are they teaching you, or are they dictating you? Because one leads to learning, the other leads to memorizing. And that's where the age-old $1,000,000 question, right? If you memorize a lot of things, eventually can that naturally lead to learning? And here we are again, right? Now we're back to SRS. We're back to talking about Wanikani and Bunpro. Does repetitious memorizing and exposure naturally lead to quote unquote meaningful learning? And this is gonna I might have a lot of opponents on this, but when it comes to SRS, Wanikani and stuff, it doesn't teach you anything. It doesn't, like, you're not learning anything. You're practicing most of the time for retention. So you might be thinking, well then isn't Bunpro teaching me grammar, right? That's one of the things. Is Bunpro teaching me grammar? It's telling me grammar. So it's telling me stuff. In order for me to learn it, I must comprehend its application and usage. Like, I must complete the like, when you're being told something, you also then have to use it and then transform it and then teach it again. So teaching as an output, and then this is being told as an input. So it requires this whole process, in my opinion, before you learn something. So in this case, I could tell you, like, what happened in 1776, and I can keep telling you what happened in 1776, and then it can stay as a fact with no comprehension or understanding or any sort of significance. If I told you like, you know, the moon was a half moon during the year 1776 in April 3rd, it will continue to remain that way, and the only way you'll remember it is by hearing it over and over again. That would mean that there wasn't any learning that happened. Like, the learning process did not complete. Now, if I told you 1776, April 1st, the moon was a half moon, and then you took that information and said, oh, also on that day during the half moon, something else happened which aligns with the consequences of it being a half moon, then it has been used, it has gotten transformed, and you told me something. That is, in my opinion, when learning completes itself. So then what happens is you get the world of every time you tell someone the fact that you memorized, then you get natural retention. So you get both retention and learning. So you learn and retain the information. And that's where language comes in. So language must complete that path, in my opinion, whether it's reading a book or something to contextualize, to solidify the input. So in Bunpro, yeah, I'm reading these grammar points. Oh, well, this is vocabulary. So vocabulary, right? Actually, let's use vocabulary as an example. Vocabulary, all of this stuff is dictation. So basically, all it's telling me is this is the information. It's static. So if you're reading, you're deliberately just reading this information. So Drama and I talked about this a little bit the other day. This is pure reading. And then when you click on this button, it's pure listening. Basically, you know nothing beyond this. Like, if this is the first time you've ever seen this vocabulary, it's nothing beyond this. Now, the nice thing is, this dictation is also dictation. However, if you are able to connect shaving to this character, then there's learning potential. Right? So it is not up to the program, like it's not up to Bunpro to tell you, okay, well, shave, if you're connecting like a do verb to the idea that this has a do, it ends with a do. And then this summary is a longer descriptor of to shave. If you're making these connections, then you're potentially learning. So you're potentially learning something from the static information. And that's kind of the idea. And then when you go to learn this, you still have to use it. And then when you use it, it can create new connections. And those new connections is what I call the transform period. And because the transform period will increase its use case, using this then goes back to repeating the static nature. That's kind of, you're hoping you do all this eventually. You're hoping all of this stuff comes back together. And that's why mnemonics work. Mnemonics work because you immediately have to use it even though you know nothing. So like when you force yourself, right? When you force yourself to make something, make a mnemonic, you're using this. You're using some part of these information to make the connection with what exists there. Now, if like say Wanikani provides a mnemonic, right? You have to convince yourself to connect the mnemonic for this to this. Like when you're reading it, you have to make the connection yourself. Even if it's provided for you, you still have to bridge that connection. Otherwise, you'll be basically remembering two things, right? Right? Sometimes when a mnemonic's like, I have no idea what they're trying to say, it's not what I would think. So then it would feel like you're remembering two different things. However, when you remember two things, the next time you read something, yeah, so do you feel like having the right mnemonic help with learning or just context or perhaps both? It's both. It's, you know, it's generally both. You really like the Wanikani mnemonics for one of the readings for Bright because it reminds you too much bright light at night? Yeah. Yeah, so it's both. It's generally both, and you kind of want to do both. Now, if you're wondering, like some people would say, well, I don't like new things. Like, no to new things. So let's say you have a mnemonic. Let's say you have a mnemonic, right? Mnemonic that is not good. And oftentimes when people say it's not good is because it's unrelatable. So something that's unrelatable must become new, right? Or it must become old. So this is new, not old. Then the first thing you have to tell yourself is, all right, so how do I connect it with the old? Because once it's connected with the old, this status then becomes old. And now you're wondering, so why do I want to remember new mnemonics or new way of thinking? Because now you've learned 2 ways of thinking, not just one. That's what I mean by the learning potential. So if you're bridging this, right, you found one way to bridge this. It's your mnemonic, your first mnemonic. That's great. Now, if someone provided a different way, someone else, and they explained it and you're like, nah, it doesn't work. However, if you take it on and you learn how to make it work, right? You make it work over time, then you have 2 different ways. You have their way and your way. And when you have their way and your way, it becomes a new way. So now you'll have more methods because you learned something. So when you learn to comprehend someone else's mnemonic, is also another way to learn something about remembering things. That's where the learning, that's that aha moment where you use like you play a game, right? You play a game or you learn a language like Japanese, and then some aspect of Japanese is like, oh, it clicks. That's when you have learned something. When it still feels like you're trying to memorize something, that's active recall. It's using recall, not a comprehension per se. So we aim, hopefully one day, to learn how to do that. Because it's laborious. Recall, so the nice thing about recall, so pros and cons, right? Pros and cons about recall. The memorization takes less time. It takes less time. And the nice thing about memorization is it takes less time and it's a constant. It's a constant cost. Like, no matter what you do, you read this, it'll cost something. It'll cost some energy, right? It'll cost some energy, but it's predictable. When you try to remember the translation, the cost is constant. So that's good because it's predictable. It's like streamlined, right? Or it's standardized. Basically, you know how much it will cost to remember something. And then when you recall it, it'll cost a fixed amount too. Typically, it costs about, the range would be small. Like, you would have, the cost between, if the cost is between 1 and 10, it'll be like a range of 4 and 5. Like, it's a smaller range. Now, the thing is, how do people rank memorization? So when people think about difficulty, at least in my opinion, when you're asking oh, it's N4, N5, the difficulty is based on memorization. And in my opinion, how people talk about difficulty. So when they think about N1, right, versus N5, N5 is more common stuff. N4 is rarer stuff. So therefore, the cost of memorization and recall is lower. Is lower because it's more common. You don't have to understand something. You don't have to put in more effort to create more connections because the concept is rigorously more common. So saying I, me, been, being, seems, that, those are far more common. So standardized stuff tends to prioritize based on statistical frequency because, in my opinion, memorization and recall is great for foundations. The reason why those foundations are called foundations is because they're in almost everything. They occur with high frequency. So the neat thing about foundations is you don't really need to explain it. You intuit it. You intuit it over time most of the time, right? Like you're never asking yourself, should I use is here? Or should I use am here? Or was or be? And then when you get to the higher levels, quote unquote higher levels, they increase in rarity. So rarity or like decrease, however you want to look at it. So they increase in rarity. So now you can no longer, now memorization, right? Memorization comes at a higher cost, a consistently higher cost. So how do you circumvent that? When you get to N1 and 2, you have to do more, you have to do learning. So the things you have to do now require learning, because learning creates patterns. And when they create patterns, you can reuse even really complex patterns, like super complex patterns. In fact, you can reuse complex patterns that only you would know and others would not. They would have a difficult time. And that's where mnemonics comes in. Mnemonics can be incredibly complex. However, for whatever reason, there are many reasons, of course, this is one of them, they provide a lower effort to remembering a long, like harder concepts. And that's because learning mnemonics ends up leveraging the process of learning. And learning deals with being able to go beyond memorization and recall. And these are not like interchangeable. They're not substitution. We're not substituting things. The idea is the answer is both. No matter what you do, memorization forms the foundations. So whatever you're doing right now, like the first time I ever read this, like there's nothing here, right? I have no knowledge, which I do have knowledge, but pretend that we don't have any knowledge. The first step is always going to be memorization. You see it for the first time and you try to remember it, try to remember this information, and then you define, you tell yourself, can I learn this? Right? How do I go from memorization to learning? Associate is the word I would say most of the time. Associate. So how can I relate this to my pool of knowledge, the stuff that I already have? How can I relate it back? Which this bridge tends to be a mnemonic. And it's really mnemonic. I'm generalizing mnemonic. It's really the word association. I do want to say mnemonic is mnemonic is a difficult word. So association is when comprehension is established. That moment when it feels like it's part of you is when you associate it with your existing knowledge, whether it's to other Japanese words or to your own. Like obviously if you don't know Japanese, you would associate it to English. At some point you would have memorized enough Japanese words in order to associate it with other Japanese words. And then eventually you'll be learning in Japanese. So that's the process that I'm going to use soon. So in the future, in the very near future, not Japanese, but for Chinese, most of my mnemonics, my mnemonic tricks, or again, association, is going to be in Chinese. Because now I have associated enough. I've associated enough English, my understanding of what came before English, and now most of those things are Chinese. So what happens then is I can start remembering Chinese words or new Chinese words or other Chinese things with Chinese and not English. I don't have to. I can still do all of that though. It doesn't stop me from constantly thinking in English and Chinese, but now I can choose. Let's just use Chinese the whole time. And that's the difference in my opinion. Without association, there's no comprehension or learning. There's memorization. And this is for me, this is how I define it. Learning does not happen until you internalize it. And in order to internalize, that means associate it with something that you already know. Like you yourself have no problems ever remembering this because it's a thing that is associated with you. Without this, you are still memorizing things. And memorizing things suck because they will always cost resources. But it's a fixed resource. The nice thing is you'll know how much time it'll take. However, it'll never reduce. Like, it doesn't go down over time. It stays the same. Like, the amount of money, like energy you need to memorize something and then recall it, in my opinion, will continue to be that way. Now, when someone says, oh, but if I do SRS, right? If I do SRS and I remember to have, and then I repeat it the next day to have, it becomes easier. And then 3 months down the line, I can still remember to have. And then, you know, they split it even further, a year down the line, and to have. Yes, you do still remember it. It's still costing you the same amount of energy. So like that feeling, that activity that you keep saying, like when you do a note card, right? You're like, oh, I remember it. And then you didn't use it, right? You didn't learn it. You decide not to learn it, right? No learning. That means you didn't read it in a manga. You didn't read it in different contexts. You didn't explore the use case and the output case of it. Then when you come back in 3 months, it's going to be like, oh yeah, now I remember what it cost. It's the same cost. The only information you have is to have. That's usually not what happens. What happens is when someone learns something, they're going to end up starting to associate it with something else. And when you come back, that's like riding a bike. You don't know why. A lot of times people say like, oh yeah, all these words are, it's like riding a bike. Like I kind of know what it is now instead of starting fresh. It's because it's part of your internal logic now. You have associated with something else. Like when you learn Japanese, you also apply Japanese. Whether it's in a game, whether you're reading English subtitles to Japanese subtitles, that association makes it stronger over time. So the learning that most people think they're doing is, in my opinion, not necessarily predominantly memorization. They're hoping that when you repeat memorization, you learn something. And that's usually what I mean when someone says something like Duolingo doesn't teach you anything, right? But Anki does. To me, neither of them teach you anything. You're reading information. You don't learn anything from that information. They explain things. You're not learning anything. Now, hear me out. Other people say teaching is to provide information. So I agree with them. If you think that if someone's teaching you, they simply need to explain something to you, then yes, they're teaching you. So technically, then that person who says Duolingo doesn't do anything doesn't teach, right? Or Bunpro, right, doesn't teach. They would say, yes, It does teach, because both Duolingo and Bunpro provides information. Whether it's correct or not, or it's native or not, or good enough or not, it teaches by providing information. That's, in my opinion, what a lot of people think about on the internet. And when they're on the internet, the quality of the information is what they evaluate. Like, is it quality information? As in, is it easy to remember, or easy to access, or reflective of facts? Yes or no? And that's how people evaluate teaching. It's called explicit teaching, right? Explicit. Basically, everything is dictated to you. And for me, I don't learn this way. I rarely learn this way ever again. It has been useful. Like when I was a child, like, you know, kid, maybe definitely less than 18 years old, most of my content that I learn from, quote unquote, learn, is explicit. Someone tells me things. They tell me this. They tell me that. Now, I don't want to be a bummer here, but most people I talk to now are adults. Right, Beth? I consider you as an adult, like mentally adult. And adults don't think this way anymore. Like, this way of thinking is tiresome, is boring. It's inherently boring. You're not doing much. And it's unfortunate because I feel like when adults go back to mentally learning things, there's no other methods that they're used to. Many still use the same strategies that they are as a kid, where, oh, okay, I gotta trust the process. I just need to memorize this stuff and then all the rest will work. It's like, well, yes, it will eventually work again, but think about the amount of time that you had as a kid versus the amount of time that you have as an adult. You don't have that amount of time anymore, right? And you're not a kid. You know so much. You know, if your volume of knowledge is this, your adult knowledge is probably this. So to manage all of this is not the same as managing this. And what is a great way to leverage what you have as an adult? This is association potential. And whenever someone says, what is the potential for an adult to learn? In my opinion, this sounds oxymoron. Like, there are going to be pushbacks to what I'm about to say. Most people who believe that adults don't learn things as well as they are a kid, they believe that kids with this tiny amount of knowledge is going to learn better than their adult self has this much amount of knowledge. In my opinion, the difference here is they apply what they learned as a kid to what they learn as an adult, right? Not compatible. It's not compatible. Like, if you're gonna sit there and beat yourself over the head by consistently trying to memorize like you were as a kid, I think realistically, you should be able to tell yourself, how do you really want to do like homework for like 3 hours a day trying to remember foundations that you probably already know as an adult? That's kind of what I mean. So trying to be careful of that is where, in my opinion, this still works. What I mean is you can still grind your way to victory. I simply want to advise that you have to ask yourself, do you have the time to use that approach? Because I'm not sitting here saying, okay, well, we'll just keep providing the answer over and over again. And if I make a mistake, right, you just brute force it again. Not like, that's not for me. Like, I rarely ever find that satisfactory. And I don't think I'm a special adult. Like, I'm not special. I try not to be. Like, what I mean is, if I think I'm special, I spend most of my life testing whether whether I'm not special, right? This is the null hypothesis. And most of the time I found that whatever I say to another person and like help them associate and do things, they operate, if not better than me, within the limits of what I do. So there's no way I'm special in the way that people can't obtain this. It's the idea that I think people choose to be more comfortable with what they already do, which is when they were a kid, right? We're talking about 18, less than 18 years old. That's the last time they learned something. When you're doing a job, this is why often people equate success to having a job or having many jobs, many successful jobs. The idea is when you leave your kid zone, success often correlates with jobs because jobs create the environment. They tend to create the environment that requires learning. And what I mean is learning as an adult, not learning as a kid. Because, you go into a job, and if that supervisor treats you like a kid and it's like, hey, okay, that's very good. Now go and, do this task, watch me do it, and just only repeat what I do every single time. Just continue to only do what I do. All right, that's very good. Now just do it 100 times over and keep doing it exactly the same, and never think about efficiency, reasoning skills. Never think about how you can make it better or how it's getting worse. Don't care about your feelings. Just repeat like a robot, right? That's, in my opinion, I know that's a slightly condescending, but kids have to repeat their actions like a lot, because those are foundations. You can't substitute for foundations. When you're an adult, you have a lot of foundations. Like, there's so much foundations in you that there is foundations that negate your learning. So like, if you're learning Japanese, right? What's a foundation that negates Japanese a lot of times? Your English foundations. So this is what is typically called as interference, right? So it's both good and bad the way adults learn. When you're an older adult, you have interference, but you also have potential, like through association. Interference and association happens far more often as an adult. This is that thing where like a lot of people argue, oh, kids sponge, right? Kids are sponges because they're like a blank slate, right? Blank slate. They just take up whatever they can because they have no interference. They also do not have any association either. Like when you give a kid a task, they don't optimize. You, an adult, optimize. Like immediately when like if you give me a task now and I'm gonna learn something like how to wrap a present. I've never learned that task before. The moment this person explains the task to me, I immediately form associations. I'm like, okay, so this is kind of like painting something, or this is kind of like using two-dimensional folding into three-dimensional space. It's like, wait a minute, I can draw this out into an ordered form and organize my notes into a systematic way that I can understand how to fold and wrap a present. Meanwhile, the kid is sitting there, it's like, and then they just repeat the action because they don't have interference, which makes them better at absorbing verbatim. But they also don't have association, which lowers their ability to comprehend the complexity of wrapping a box. So like when you start wrapping, an adult wants to leverage all of their associations and then find ways to address their interference. So that's what I do. So this is what 99% of how I learn. I learn where my confusions are because interference is the quote-unquote confusing thing, right? And all the quote-unquote mistakes you make. That's where interference and confusion comes in. The more knowledge you have, the more likely that you'll probably have confusion and mistakes. And those mistakes are my focus. And I use association to get over to bridge the mistakes. So if I make a mistake, I work on my association in that situation. Every time I make a mistake, I improve the association. So then eventually it becomes, the confusion is the trigger for the association. So whenever I make a mistake or confuse, I use the routine that allows me to circumvent that. And eventually interference goes away and it forms as a new association. So all the problems I have, I can explain them. Aru iru. Aru iru is one of the first examples. You can misuse aru for iru and iru for aru, or suru for yaru and yaru for suru. And that's kind of the idea. And this shave, right? Instead of using shave, you have kiru, to cut. Or hoku? Hold up. Yeah, hoku. So horu, no, not hoku, horu. Horu is this is to carve. So all of these things are going to be related to this. Even though I don't know what this is, I can think of other things. Kiru is... Oh no. Kiru is 7. Right? So you have Kiru and Horu. Kiru and Horu are related to shaving because cutting and carving is kind of like shaving. There's also whittle down, which I'm still not as familiar with. So takeaway, making association saves us time when trying to internalize information. Absolutely. It is the step that makes you save energy. You are a smooth brain sometimes, so making sure you follow. Yeah. Aside, not gonna lie, you prefer a simple job so you can concentrate your brain power elsewhere. It's fair. Yeah. So simple. You know the word simple, right? I love that you use the word simple here. Simple is not the same as hard. Okay? So we gotta keep in mind that simple doesn't mean hard. Because, or like, oh, hang on. This would be a better example. When people think something simple is easy. Because there are different aspects of easy and simplicity. Like a simple task, if you're thinking, all right, well, of course simple is easy, right? Sprinting must be easy. sprinting is simple. You move one leg in front of the other as fast as possible, right? And yet, if we think about it, sprinting, well, what do you think sprinting is? I think a vast majority of people are going to say sprinting is pretty hard. So the idea of simple and complex is grounded in its association for an adult. When you're able to associate a task to something that you know, it becomes simple. When it's too complex and lacks association, right? Like what I mean is, complexity is often used as a way to talk about the extent of their association. Something is simple is when you can associate it with your knowledge. Something is complex is when there's no association. So Japanese can be complex because you don't have any information to associate. Like, where are you gonna start? Oh, it's complicated. Like I can't remember this. There's nothing. So oftentimes when you think about a simple job, right? The aspect of a simple job, and you say, ask a scientist. You ask a scientist to become a football player. This is not simple if they don't understand it, right? If they haven't learned anything about it. Now, things become, quote unquote, they can become simpler when they have associated understanding. Again, association is where you learn something. So, like, a scientist can still see the concept of football, as simple. And then the concept of playing football is complex. Right? Playing versus knowing. So that's kind of one of those things. And like, I can tell you that making a complex, like, experimental setup would be more simple to me than trying to explain why vocabulary is hard, I don't know, at grade 9. A teacher that is teaching grade 9 is probably going to think that's a simple task. For me, it's not a simple task because I have no associated knowledge for it. My task as a experimenter, like a scientist, I did not use whatever skills. I don't have enough significant skills to see this task as simple. And hopefully that one day when you're learning this, right, when you're learning this Japanese term, it's like, oh, that's pretty simple to shave. If I don't know how to write this character, I'll just write 2 and 3 different other characters, because it's easier knowing that I can describe this thing with 4 or 5 other Japanese words. It's a lot harder. Yeah, once you internalize, sure, everything is simple once you internalize. Well, the thing is, simple can still be hard. That was the point I was making. Now, internalizing, right? When you internalize something, the word I'm using is association. So yes, when you associate something, it becomes simpler. Internalizing requires that you associate with something that's inside you already. Like, you already know something. That's what leads to its internalization. Like, it is absorbed into you because associations make that internalization process simpler. Just the less rocket science-y a job, the better. So hear me out. The point I was trying to make about like the simple job thing is a simple job doesn't mean it's hard or easy. Because a simple job can be very, very hard. I think the idea of hard, or what the stuff that I'm describing, when it comes to internalization, right? You can do a simple job that you internalize, and it'll still be very hard. Like serving food. Because the reason why I'm using serving food is because you internalize this. You feed yourself. Right? So a skill that typically comes out of living, I'm picking a life skill. Life skills are a great way to illustrate my point. Something simple as sleeping. Right? Sleeping is simple. When you're tired, you go to bed. And yet, it's a very hard task. Why is it a very hard task? There's not a lot of associated knowledge, associated behavior that promotes sleeping. So, like, why is it so difficult to get a good diet? I mean, eating is certainly simple, right? And if eating is simple, you can most definitely help others with the diet, right? Because I already said that learning requires that to complete the learning cycle, you would have to teach someone your diet. So if I ask someone, hey, can you explain to me how you're so fit and athletic? And they'll be like, oh, you know, it's simple. I eat this, this, and this, and you're good to go, right? And yet, if it was really truly that simple, why is eating so difficult? Why is dieting so difficult? These things are, now they are related to each other. Like, it does impact each other. So I'm not saying they're not connected, like they're independent. The idea is there are other properties you can recruit. So adults have more tools, and I'm going to put it in quotes in tools. They have more associated potential. Not raw potential, not like memory potential. Like a lot of times people talk about a learning potential like it's some raw power, like raw CPU power or something. Like you can compute things for sure, but the computing is simpler, quote unquote simpler. And the same adult, the computing thing is more complex, right? The thing is, you're not doing the same thing anymore. Like, as you grow older, either you have developed skills to practice how to do that, or you stay simple, and that's fine. Like, one of the coding examples is the whole idea of how do you sort. So like, say you have 101 through 100. How do you sort this? Like, say you have a random sequence of numbers, right? How do you sort them? Well, a child would think, okay, so I would just write like a child would say, all right, look, so let's start with 1, and then we'll just change one of the positions. Oh, not math. This is fine. This is no math, like not the math, but just the number. Say you need to sort this. You need to sort this from lowest to highest, right? And when you were a kid, you would simply say, well, I don't know. We're thinking like preschool. We're thinking of preschool. Like the kid looks at these things, right? In fact, we should take out the no double digit numbers. So the kid will look at this number and they're like, I don't know what this means. I don't know what any of these things mean. So how would I figure it out? You could have a teacher tell the kid the actual numbers. It's actually, if you sort them out, this is what the correct answer looks like. Right? You can tell the kid, literally tell the kid, the correct answer is this. So what do you do? Right? What do you do? The kid is supposed to learn how to associate eventually. And how do you associate? You can associate by saying, oh, okay, so this was in this position. This moved over here. This moved over here. Right? You could do that as a kid. You could do that as an adult even better. Like, as an adult, you could already see these shifts. As in, even if you don't know what the value of 1, 3, 7, 8, 2, 4, or 6, like you know nothing about it. Say this is in Japanese. Like, you can imagine the Japanese characters, right? You can surmise by saying, oh, so this is clearly the lowest value. So the lowest value is each, right? Each. And then you look around, it's like, oh, clearly from this correct answer, this is the highest value, right? Hachi. Hachi is the highest value. A kid would simply know this is the right answer. Most of the time. Eventually, they would develop the process of understanding relationships. So now the thing is, now imagine if the teacher didn't provide a correct, they didn't explain this. So like what the teacher would have to explain to the kid is what is considered low, what's considered high, and then that you're supposed to count in this order, right? Like 1 is less than 2, 2 is less than 3, 3 is less than 4, etc. For you, you can even make juxtapositions. You can see that even if you don't know anything, you could test it as well. Like, for example, if you ask a kid how to organize. So you have this series, right? And like, how would you figure it out? How would you figure out the value if you know nothing about the value? So these are variables now. The concept of variables. So 1 does not equal 1 anymore. And then you're asking a kid how to do it. The kid would say, well, I guess what I'll do is I will just do nothing. Like, what do you do? Well, let's just say you can have a tester. This is like a code breaker thing. I don't know if you've ever done a code breaker, but a green light, let's say a green light will mean it's right. It's in the right position. A red light would mean it's in the wrong position. And a yellow light would mean... Oh no, we don't need yellow here actually. We just need red and green. So like a kid would say, all right, well, we'll just brute force it, right? We'll just start with 1 and then we'll use 2. And then you'll get a feedback like, you know, green, red, 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 green, red, red, or something. And then what they would do is like, all right, well then I'll just test the next one. We'll just do, we'll just move the 6 into that position. So they will test randomly. Right? Even though green and red is being used as another context. I kid you not, this is one of the separators. This is a classic puzzle game. Like when you're playing a video game, a classic puzzle would use this type of structure. And you can tell how the other person learns by the approach that they take to solve this problem. Like to solve this. Usually it's like 4 numbers. It's like, all right, you have 4 numbers, right? And you have to guess the number. And the way they can guess the number is they're going to tell you it's going to light up green if it's correct. It's going to light up yellow if it's correct, but in the wrong position. And if it's red, it's just not a number. So then someone's like, all right, well, I guess we'll just do 0001, 002, 003, and eventually one of these numbers is going to turn green or yellow. Are you sure this isn't? Yeah, this isn't math. We could change it up like triangles, circles, squares, and diamonds. And you can replace it. No math involved. So what they will do is, if you want to measure the level of this is a part of the psychology evaluation, by the way. So like when a kid gets evaluated, I'm stealing something from psychology. When you're younger, like when you're younger, a lot of times in psychology evaluations, when someone like, hey, this kid is pretty smart, let's go test if this kid is gifted or not, right? They test logical puzzles, so logics. And it's not because you learned it yet, or you didn't learn it. Gifted students they're ahead of the curve. That doesn't mean the other students can't learn this. Like, being gifted means you're ahead of the curve. Like, you're intuiting something that makes you special ahead. But this stuff can be taught. It can be explained and allow other adults to use that. Is the intuition nature of the things. So I don't want to emphasize that just because this is a psychological test for early childhood development, like higher, quote unquote, faster learning, that doesn't mean when you get older you can't learn all of these things too. They simply do not come to you because these are some of the tests, right? So basically you have to guess the correct order. And let's go even further. The psychologist will ask you, how do you figure this out? Right? How do you figure this out? One person, like a younger kid, I would say, maybe like a younger mentally kid, for now, like they haven't matured or had enough experience, they would say like, well, I'll just try them randomly. Like I'll just all right, I'll just try diamond, box, circle, triangle. But then the psychologist would ask, well, how would you know it's correct? Right? There's a lack of logic. But then the psychologist will say, okay, well, all right, we're gonna provide you green light, yellow light, and red light. So now you'll know if when you move a like a shape, you can have a feedback, right? So I'm doing even less than what the psychologist usually does. This is me using my 40-year-old brain, not, like almost 40-year-old brain, not my kid brain. Because you have to design these puzzles to test their aptitude. The first thing I would ask, if a psychologist tells me these are the 4 shapes and there are a specific sequence, I have many questions already. And when I was younger, this is what I did. So a psychologist asked me, how would you figure it out? It's like, first I would ask questions. I would say, can there be repeats? I'm like, how would I know if it's right? Are you able to provide a check? I would need checks. So this is where the red light, green light, red, green, yellow comes in, right? And repeats, it didn't say anything about being unique. You can do something like that in Wordle. Yes, Wordle is exactly it. So just so you know, I'm actually masking Wordle. Wordle just simply has 5 shapes. So if I add one more shape, that's Wordle. Now, there are checks in Wordle, so this is what makes Wordle fun sometimes for adults, right? And when you think about Wordle, you already have those things. You have green, yellow, red, right? You also have the constraint of actual words. If you give a younger kid what, no vocabulary, no sequencing, right? They don't understand how sequencing works. And that's what makes Wordle going to be not as interesting. You can still get the Wordle word by trying random letters, but we have 25 letters. Wait, do we have 25 letters? Yes. 25 letters, right? So you could randomly try each letter in each row. You can start with A. Is that really how you're gonna really do that? Are you really going to start with 5 A's? And then you're gonna try B, A. A kid might. Without dictation, right? Without dictation. When you stare at something, when you stare at a puzzle as an adult, your first question is, what are the limitations? I thought you had the constraint of no repeated letters, but apparently that's not true anymore, or I misunderstood. There are repeated letters in Wordle. Wait. Wait. Do you believe that Wordle didn't have repeated letters? Oh, that's interesting. Huh. Wordle has less repeated letters. I think, because I'm pretty sure one of them was I'm pretty sure there are repeated letters. Do I have an example of a previous word that had a repeated letter? Yeah, like a crook or a brook or spoon. I actually don't know if spoon was ever a Wordle, but I think one of these, a brook or a crook, was one. But let's just say you would have to ask, so the way you said it, right? Beth, you said that there's a constraint, right? That's using your adult brain. In my opinion, that's an advantage and a disadvantage. You see, you see what I mean? When you say, oh, that's not true anymore, or I misunderstood. It's both. human because of because of your association, you have more information, and at the same time it can also lead to more misunderstandings. So whenever you're learning a language, that's what you're trying to help. You're trying to understand the misunderstandings while repeating your associations. And your associations, you can leverage your associations to reduce misunderstanding. So misunderstandings could be in the form of mistakes, right? Confusion, things that are different and similar. And those are the things I pay attention to. I spend most of my time encouraging myself to explain these things. Then that's one source. The other source is if you have no point of reference, right? No point of reference. That's where Wanikani and Bunpro comes in. When you have no point of reference, or you feel you have no point of reference, how would you get the foundation of no point of reference? Memorization. Right? Memorization and recall. And this is the first step. Or, depending on how detailed you want to be, relatively is the first step. So whenever you think like, all right, so I got Wanikani down, right? I got Wanikani down, and now I have a couple words, like you have the first 100 characters at 100%. Now the question is, your first 100 characters, did you learn them? Or did you memorize them? Right? And Wanikani tries to help by giving you vocabulary words. So when you learn the characters, a process of learning is to attach it to a vocabulary word. And that's where Wanikani ends. So now what do? Because you technically sort of learned, you improve the association with vocabulary words. Because now whatever you have as foundation has been used in a vocabulary word. The next thing to do is to find more sentences, paragraphs. So the reason and oftentimes people always talk about immersion, right? Immersion. The moment you can do something like this in immersion, then it's kind of internalized. It eventually get internalized. It's because all of these things are forming new associations. And at some point, when you can immerse and it feels like you've internalized it, is largely because the amount of association has reached a critical point. I don't know what it's defined by the individual, that critical point where it feels that you can't fail, like you're unlikely to fail the association, whatever it is. Like, oh, this person in this particular situation would use this particular phrase and it would naturally mean this most of the time. And then every time you learn like, oh wait, but this time it's different. Misunderstanding, confusion, difference, similarities. So then you correct it by associating it with your existing knowledge. So now you know, oh hey, this word is used 9 out of 10 times in this particular complex scenario, which is now simple because you know it very well. But I've just discovered that 1 out of 10 times it's this. And now you know both. You have a foundation that occurs far more often far more reliable in recall and far more salient now because of both association and memorization, that is easier, quote unquote, easier to remember the second thing because this second thing is associated with the first thing. And that's where mnemonics and learning, encouraging people to, if you learn a character, now you want to learn the vocabulary word, and if you get a chance, maybe go read a sentence that has this vocabulary word in it, and then if you have even more time, go read a paragraph about it. Or you can even ask yourself, how would you describe this thing using your target language, or describe this thing using your English words? And then you have mnemonics, right? That would be called a mnemonic, where like, how would you describe this thing? It's like, well, I guess these look like knives because I spent so much time remembering that these look like knives. But really, these looks like knives because I'm an adult and these actually look like knives. So in every way, the memory aids are also a use case. So that's the advantage of mnemonics. And so most of the time when someone says, oh yeah, I can't vibe with this person's way of thinking. So one way to get around that is to use your way of thinking, right? Your way of thinking. And you're comparing, this is called, comparative analyses. You're comparing and contrasting. This is an upper level of thinking. You compare and contrast, which is typically what I feel when an adult is active, like in their job and stuff. This would be one of the tasks that they would do. They would say like, oh, riding a bike is like running on a treadmill. I'll let you think about that. It doesn't have to be like, you don't have to. You could say, well, that doesn't make sense. Running on a treadmill is nothing like riding on a bike. Like, okay, compare and contrast them. This is adult brain. Now, adult brain doesn't go beyond this most of the time because I don't think life demands more than comparing and contrasting, which is the pattern thing. But it's kind of the level of thinking, right? Memorization is on the bottom. Then you form like frequency and patterns. And in here you have comparative analyses, compare and contrast. Here you have with creative analysis you have optimization, and at the top you have creation. So these are the levels of thinking most of the time. Like I'm gonna say, relatively speaking, about 99.9% of stuff would be involved in this. And as you go up, effort is required, right? Effort goes up, and that also means your associations have to go up. And usually these two things, that feeling attached to how much effort you're using, they are attached to each other. So if you're feeling like you're trying very, very hard to understand something, is because you're trying very, very hard to find points of understanding or points of association. So in order to create something, you must be able to do all of these things. And how do you do that? Well, what are creative processes, right? What are creative processes? Art, music, science, being a leader, So you're starting to think like, well, lots of people do art. How's that so high level? Like, we're talking about creating art, not memorizing arts. Remember that memory is part of recall. So like, what's the first art task that people do? They try to reproduce what they remember. So what would be the most lowest form of reproducing what they remember? Copying. And then you're like, okay, then what's beyond that? A study, which is looking at frequency and patterns. You look at a bunch of artwork and you're like, okay, I see this occurring a lot, right? And then when you look at a bunch of artwork, you're comparing and contrasting with different artwork or similar artwork, similar and different artwork. And when you're practicing that, you're learning how to optimize the task by streamlining it, right? Going back to the first word, streamlining. You streamline your process by comparing all the things and contrasting all the things you know, because you can do that because you understand frequency and patterns of the individual things so that you can compare different things. And that makes recall and memory easier because you're doing all the other things. In order to do all of these other things, you actually have to remember and recall them. It's the lowest form of thing. Like, the picture in your head is the easiest task that you have. It's the most costly, it's the most consistently costly one. So then with all of that, you can finally create something. And you create something from what? Everything you have, right? And oftentimes people will say, oh, I'm creating things from memory. That's when, in my opinion, when someone says I'm creating from memory, like just from my head, right? That is someone intuiting all of this from all of their experience. They're not simply recalling from memory anymore. Like, because the person who's able to create something, you know, in their own image and stuff has to do all of these things. Like, it's rare that they don't ever do any of these things other than memorizing something. Because when you memorize something, it's not creating anything. It's reproducing and copying something. And it requires a lot of effort. You might be thinking, no, it doesn't. All you have to do is like take a photo. Right? You take a photo and you're done. All right? But that you're not doing the work. The camera is. Like, try not to think of, like, we have to understand it's not easy when you're not actually doing the task. If the task is to create an art piece, the tool compensates for you doing this. So much like this, why is it related to all of this? It's because this tool is doing something for you, right? It's doing a task for you. What's the first task that Wanikani and Bunpro does for you, period? You don't have to look for the information. So the first task it's done is they've organized all your information. So what is a skill that you do not have yet? Or what's an association that you do not have yet? you can't organize any of this information. So like, how do you know what's a verb? Right? So then what Wanikani would do and what Bunpro would do is they will tell you which one's a verb, which one's a noun. Okay? So they did that work for you too. So now you have to ask yourself, okay, do I know which one's a verb when it comes up? So like, how do I know this is a verb? You can test yourself at any point if you formed an association or not. Because I could read this and someone would say, oh, it means to shave. Right? However, if they forgot to shave, they're like, oh man, I have no idea anymore. Like, I just don't know. I don't know the answer. I'm like, yeah, because your only association is that you have to remember to shave. Right? But you don't have to only remember that. When you look at this, you also, like, because of the work that I put in, you also know this as a separate thing, and writing it is also a separate thing. So we have this, we have this, and we have this. You might not think that these are separate things, but these are to me, because I write these characters too. So this is the first quote-unquote radical, or this is the second radical, and this is the third radical. Now in Wanikani would say this whole thing is one radical. Like, yes, that's true too. But when you write something, you know that these three things are separate. That's why I write characters too. So if you're looking at this and you're like, oh yeah, this is one of the radicals. It's actually two radicals. Those are the two radicals. And the only reason I know that is because if you have to write the character, you would write it in this order. You would write this like this. So whether that helps you or not, it deals with it. Like, did my writing get linked with this character? It did, because this character is T. T in Chinese. This is T. And T is also associated with shave. T is also associated with Timmy Turner. Right? And Timmy Turner's in the bathroom, by the way, of his house. Right? And I might not know anything about this yet, but I can tell you now, the first thing I can do is right here, which is what I'm about to do, which is to write a Wanikani method, a Wanikani inspired method, because this is not how Wanikani does it. I combined what I typically do by taking Wanikani's inspiration, so then I know what Wanikani method is. I know what HanziHero's method is for this same character, because I internalized how they make their mnemonics. You don't have to internalize any new mnemonic system. You can choose to use your own one over and over again. And the idea is, if it fails, right? If you only have one way to make a mnemonic, then you have only learned one way. And when that fails, that's one point of failure. So most of the time when I'm asking people, you know, like asking Beth, how do you learn? and like how drama learns, please tell me like compare and contrast and stuff, is because I'm looking for new ways to encode and recall and points of inspiration. Because generally speaking, when you have I'm gonna say 3 or 4 ways, your rate of success goes up dramatically. But there's an upper limit. Like, I'm not saying go remember like 25 ways, like the more the merrier. Like most things, there's a point of diminished return. You don't have to remember like 60 ways to remember what this character is. You need to remember sufficiently so that you can form associations very quickly. And for me, usually associations and about I usually stock myself with 3 or 4 ways of forming an association. At the very basic level, most people would form associations based on hearing, seeing, speaking, and writing. And you might find this really familiar because,
soru,
right? And then when you hear it, like you heard it, and then you say soru. And then when you read this, it's like, oh, okay, I see it. I'm going to try to write it now. If you're able to do all these things very quickly and low effortly and somewhat, they're separate places to reinforce your understanding. Now, this is kids level. What I just did was the kids level of understanding. You don't need any more than these things. So whenever someone says like, oh yeah, immersion, right? Immersion, learn like a kid. Learn like you were younger, listen very well, see very well, then you can try to speak it and write it and you'll save a lot of time. It's like, well, yeah, you'll save a lot of time because what happens? These are simple tasks. These are tasks because you had to. Like, when you learned your first language, you had to do all of these things. Now, you can stop here. You can stop here and just vibe your way to victory, right? You can hear something over and over again, see something over again, speaking and writing. And my first thought is like, it's going to work. It is what I call sufficient. This is sufficient to learn things. And what people like to hear, much like you, Beth, in my opinion, when you say give yourself a simple job, right? A simple job, is that oftentimes what is sufficient is good enough. And I feel like this, in my opinion, to my consternation, I find this very disagreeable. A lot of people are trying to optimize for sufficient techniques. As in, they're trying to optimize simplicity. Basically, you heard it, like, just go read a lot of books. Just go read a lot of manga. Go and listen to a bunch of podcasts. Like, I legitimately get told this indirectly, like get shared this indirectly. My impression is what people do is they rudimentarily, reductively simplify and oversimplify the way they learn. If you hear enough, see enough, and then if you can speak it and write it, that's good enough. And I agree, it's good enough. And then optimizing for that is still good enough. Right? For me, hearing, someone here's the layer, right? Like earlier, 2 days ago, I think it's been 2 days now, Drama said, like, do you ever pure hear and pure listen? Pure listen. And I told Drama that I never pure listen or pure hear things. I don't know what that means. So the reason why is so he mentioned there's no subtitles. No subtitles in IRL. And I agree with him. I agree. There's literally no subtitles in IRL. But there are subtitles up here. And it requires a lot of effort to think about what the Japanese looks like when you hear someone say it. Like when I'm speaking and you're hearing me, are you seeing the words? Or are you seeing the picture? Are you seeing me? Like, it takes a lot of effort. Now the thing is, does it matter? Do you always choose the easiest way to do things? Or do you put in some effort? I kid you not. What are people doing when they are sentence mining? They're taking the sound and they're using a tool to convert it into words of which they can read. Well, what happens if you listen to something, write it, and then transform it, and then read it back? That's practically a whole conversation. That's practically a whole conversation. Now, it takes a lot of effort to do this. An adult would be able to do this far faster and possibly gain far more than someone who's simply relying on their kid mentality. Now, I'm not saying you want to do this. Like, I'm not saying this is easy or hard. Like I said earlier, simple and complex things are easy and hard, very much dependent on the person's existing experience. So for me, when I say it doesn't really matter the subtitles are there or not, when you say something, sometimes I picture something, sometimes I think of a response right away, sometimes I think of text, sometimes I see color, right? Like a baby, what color is a baby? I think of peach. So when someone tells me like, what reminds you of a baby? I think of a peach. When someone says baby, what is the image do I think about? And you're wondering what that is. It's like, well, what do you think it looks like? Someone could say, oh, it looks like an egg. Like, that's pretty close, actually. So all of these things are true. And then you're wondering like, so what does that have to do with, what does that have to do with remembering things, right? What do you think an egg looks like? Well, I could write egg, or I could write this. That's an egg, right? Or you could write it like this. That's fine too. You can write egg like this if you want it. This is much harder for me than writing egg, and then picturing this, and then picturing this. Technically, I'm picturing like this. This is what I imagine, and I don't know. This is a science thing. This is a cleavage furrow. I think that's what it was called. This is when a cell divides. So this is the point. This is a very special feature where when a cell forms a cleavage ferrule to divide, and this is supposed to be a cell. So a cell undergoes all of this while that's what I think of babies. So it's a lot more complicated. It sounds like it's really complicated, but it's easier to remember this image and think about a cleavage ferrule than like sometimes imagine a baby's face. Like, it's hard for me to imagine a baby's face. In fact, 3 days ago, I was talking about this very thing with someone else. Like, babies look weird. Babies are weird looking. So, I don't think of a baby's face. I think of a cell getting ready to divide. You knew someone who swore by reading as well? Yeah. To me, hear me out. For that person who says swore by reading, it's good enough. The idea is good enough. When someone tells you they swear by reading, sometimes they don't only mean good enough, they also mean it's optimal. And that is illogical, in my opinion. Like science, like objectively, in my opinion, objectively and subjectively, illogical. To think that one form is the obvious way to maximize performance. At least in my opinion. Sometimes objectivity gets lost for optimization, which is basically like what is the fastest way to learn Japanese? Immerse. Move to Japan. Yeah, optimization gets lost for objectivity, and vice versa. That is illogical in so many ways, both subjectively and objectively. So when someone says reading can lead to learning the language, true. It's true. When someone strongly swears by something and exclusively by something, it's usually objectively and subjectively illogical. You don't like, that's like handicapping yourself, in my opinion. Like, are you telling me that adults only read? So you're willing to wager, in my opinion, you're willing to wager that you want to constrain. Obviously, I'm not saying your friend says this. The idea is, one of the things that happen oftentimes is that whenever someone swears by something, it is also usually their highly used skill. And if you want to trust this person, right? If you want to think about what this person is saying, you have to ask yourself, do I highly use this skill too? Because if you don't, it's probably not it. It's probably a combination of things. You can still learn. So the cool thing about learning a language, right? Learning a language is then you can develop reading skills that you didn't otherwise have. You can develop studying skills, listening skills. They can go further, right? Now, the problem here often I have with talking to other people about skills is this is too generic. Like, what is reading skills? Like, what are reading skills? Is reading a skill, like one skill, or is it multiple skills of reading, right? So that's when you get to explore these things, because adults, in my opinion, can internalize and extrapolate the nuances of multiple things. It isn't simply just to do, which is ironic because I feel like kids these days know more than they do. And I'm not talking about know more than they do as in like they're more incompetent than they are. I'm talking about they do less than know less. As in they can sit there and learn a lot, like know a lot of things, but do very little of them. And skill development requires both. In order to develop a skill, you must know and do both of them. So that's why when I wrote writing is part of it. Listening and speaking are coupled. It's not one or the other. They require each other, or like they need each, like they're together. They're the completion of the skill. Unless it's super baby small sentences, your listening skill is not great. And you can choose to develop that if you want. In fact, Beth, there is a really great chance that if you're ever encouraged to like listen to Japanese more often, like if you like all of this stuff, your English could actually improve. You never know. The idea is you're encouraging yourself to develop more skills, right? More nuances, and through the power, it's sounding like this sounds like a plug for some like special chemical or something. Through the power of association, your listening skills that you're going to practice in Japanese when you're encouraging yourself may evidently be transferable to your English skills in development. Now, how would that be achieved is through association. Compartmentalization is the opposite though. So there's compartmentalization. And I think this is the culprit. This is a big antagonist to association. When people require that things be different in order to make things simpler. And that to me is in my opinion, the cheaper, not cheaper as in low quality, but the cheaper cost and effort to learn something or to try to learn something. So that's kind of like that pyramid, right? And the number 3 was comparative analyses, right? Comparative analyses, usually it's used to, if you desire it, you look for similarities. If you don't desire it, if you hate it, you look for differences. And this is at the level 3. This is at the level 3 of thinking. Most people online, this is as high as the thinking skills go. Where if you desire something, you're looking for similarities between them in order to remember it. If you dislike it, as in like it's hard or it's hard to remember, you look for differences in order to remember it. So how does this work? The default is that when someone says, oh, I like this game, so then you go look for similar games. So I know this word, so then you will go look for similar words. And those similar words will be more memorable because it's something that you already like or you already desire. And things that you like and desire have strong associations already. Like if it's easy for you to remember cut, then you'll remember shave. because cut and shave are similar. It's a recurring thought that you have. It's an associative thought. When you hate something, it's dissociative, as in it's compartmentalized. So things that you don't usually think about all the time, like things you like, right? Things you hate, you try not to think about them a lot. That's the irony, right? One of the irony is you do remember things that you hate a lot if it occurs to you, like uncontrollably. But we're talking about memory here. The things you want to remember or should remember. If you have problems with them, then it's hard to remember them. Right? Like a word comes up, it's like, oh, I hate this word. I keep forgetting what this word is. And then the next time it gets harder. Like, oh, you get more frustrated. It's like, all right. It feels like I'm just grinding against the wall. This same word came up and I forgot it again. That's what happens to kids. Because kids, what they do is when they forget a word, they continue to forget the word. They do nothing about it. Like, oh, this word is hard. For the record, this happens to me in Chinese. Like, I'm getting to the point where I have so much volume that I told myself, oh yeah, this word's gonna be a problem. I'll come back to this. And when I came back to it, I still have a problem with it because I didn't do anything about it. Right? As an adult, I didn't do anything about it. I didn't change it. I didn't associate it with something else. So it will continue to be a problem. As a kid, you hope that brute forcing it and memorizing it would replace it. That takes a lot of effort. It consistently takes a lot of effort at no increasing understanding. You simply brute force it, and when you come back, it's probably still going to feel as difficult as, like, relatively as difficult as it was before, unless you develop new comprehension. That involves association, not compartmentalization. So most of the time, what does compartmentalization happen? It creates gaps. So when you have gaps in your knowledge, gaps in your, like, quote unquote, what do gaps present as? Bad habits. Whenever someone says, oh, I have a bad habit of doing this, so it's probably a gap. And that gap is because they compartmentalize it from all the other things they do, so they don't address the problem. So when you say, like, oh yeah, this will iron itself out. I've been making stupid mistakes on my math problems, you know, like I've been making stupid mistakes. How do you think they're gonna fix the stupid mistakes? They ignore it and try to find the stuff they desire. What is the stuff they desire? Correct answers. So if they can always know the correct answer, then they don't have to worry about making stupid mistakes, right? It wouldn't happen, right? That's not true. Like, that's rarely true. And you know what's even very deleterious about this? When they make that stupid mistake, they think that they're making a stupid mistake because somehow that stupid mistake is not related to their current behavior. That's not true. When you have a poor diet and you're just gonna say, oh, my poor diet is because I didn't know the correct choices to make. No, you're still going to make those poor choices. Like this, instead of using like language, we can use dieting. When someone says like, oh yeah, you know, I have this craving for this this food item. And then they're like, the solution is to know good choices. How successful do you think this was? Well, the person did get healthier for a moment in time, right? They did get healthier by making good choices, right? That did contribute. Do you think their craving went away? Do you think their understanding of their craving? Do you think their behavior for their craving for their food is going to go away? Or like understand it better? No, because in my opinion, the vast majority of people compartmentalize this. And here's the word again. They don't know the association, or in other words, like the connection, right? They don't investigate the connection between the cravings for the food that they have versus the good choices. Like, how does making a good choice, a healthier choice, affect and interact with the cravings of the quote-unquote bad foods? And that's where the people who are successful in diets understand. That's when you hear dieters who maintain a steady life, they internalized it. They know that when you make a healthy choice also means you're less likely to have opportunities to succumb to craving the bad food. It's not that the craving is going to go away. Maybe it might go away. The thing is, when you desire things and you only look for similarities, then that's all you're going to get. If you hate something like making mistakes and you choose to ignore it by only looking for differences, then that's all you're going to get. And this is like arguably half the picture. And that's how, in my opinion, most people solve problems these days. When you're solving a problem, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. If it is broke, ignore it. Throw it out. So whenever someone makes a mistake, they avoid it. Whenever someone thinks they're doing good, they settle. Another word that I typically use is complacent. So what's a symptom of good and settle for complacency? Thinking that anything can be broken up to thinking like a kid. That's complacency. It's like, well, you're not a kid. You're an adult. What now? Well, what the quote-unquote adults I talked to over the years, like it's been more than 1 year now, more than a year, is like, nah, just think like a kid. Just think like a kid, forehead. Keep thinking like a kid. I know I'm an adult now, but it's good enough, so let's just keep thinking like a kid. And thinking like a kid is like reading a book, which I illustrated. Reading a book and hearing nothing. It's like listening to someone and seeing nothing. It's like watching a movie and thinking nothing. This is still young. Kids do this. And it's not a bad or a good thing. My thing is, you are both a kid and an adult. Like, you were a kid once, all of those things still work. They still work really, really well. But hear me out. Don't forget that you're smart. I don't think people get to... I'm not sure people internalize this anymore. Like, you have 20-year-olds who's like, no, I'm just stupid. Like, or like, I know, Beth, this kind of hits a little personal when you say like you're smooth-brained and you prefer simple things. I totally get it. The idea is don't count yourself short, because adults do a lot of smart things. They're just they're hard to do because they're smart things to do. So whenever you have time, learning a language, hopefully may give you an incentive to occasionally like push yourself, right? Push yourself to be smarter, figuring out more complex ways that used to be hard and complex, but then become simple and easier, possibly. And then you can take those simple things that were once complex and do them really, really hard. Like work really hard at doing the things. And that is, well, I appreciate it, and I'm being a little facetious. Good. I'm glad you're being a little facetious, because I really do grow. I do really consistently hear how people think they think. And I don't think you, who I imagine is a lot older, you're probably more laser busy than smooth brain. Absolutely. I agree with you. I'm lazy. We wouldn't be human. We wouldn't be human if we're either busy or lazy. Right? Like, that's what I would say is the quintessential adult problem. They're either too busy, so they want to be lazy, or they're lazy because they're too busy. A kid leaps from bored and lazy. Right? They're either bored, and because they're bored, they're lazy, or they're lazy, that's why they're bored. And what I mean by that is, why I say kid and adult, is percentages. Greater than 50% of adults would acknowledge that they're lazy because they're too busy, and they're busy because they're too lazy. That's the observation that I get. And more than 50% of kids, and usually I'm saying less than 18 years old, they would use the word bored and lazy. Basically, when they say something like, oh, why don't you do your homework? It's because I'm bored. If you're bored, doing your homework would at least get something done. When you ask an adult, like, why didn't you get the work done? I'm too busy. And because I'm too busy, I want to laze out. I need to rest. So lazy ends up becoming a form of rest. And we're talking about more than 50%. We're not talking about all adults. Oftentimes, the point of laziness ends up being a point of resting. And then kids are bored is a form of engagement. Like, I have no doubt that you would love to be more productive. But man, being lazy is wonderful, because as you grow older, your default is being busy. Meanwhile, a kid might not internalize why they're bored because they don't keep busy. Right? Like, if you're bored, then go do your homework. When an adult says they're lazy, right? Like, if a kid says, I'm lazy, I'm lazying around because I'm bored. And an adult is usually, I'm lazing around because I was too busy. That there's just too much things going on in my head, or literally or figuratively. A kid is, I have too few things going on in my head, so I'm just lazing around and doing nothing. Right? They're both doing nothing. If you're think about it, right? Only the perspective is dramatically different. Like, and when I mean dramatically, it's dramatically to those who realize it, and it can really help with thinking about where your sources of your motivation went, or your busyness, right? Adults have to time manage in order to achieve ways to create and liberate more rest in order to be less lazy. Kids have to alleviate their lack of engagement so that they can be more engaged, because it's a lower limit thing. They're not engaged, and when you can engage them, they become less lazy. Not for all kids, not for all adults, obviously, but I would say the substantial amount of them. This would be the approach typically. And when I ask, you know, how old are you? I'm not asking for whether you feel old or not necessarily feel old. You're literally old or literally young. You know, I understand that it can be very embarrassing to admit that one's like 40 or 50 or 60. I usually reveal my age first in order to see if they voluntarily reveal their age. Alternatively, you don't have to reveal your age. You can ask them, what are you doing in your life? Like, do you have a job? Right? Are you a family person? Right? What are your hobbies and stuff? You can correlate a lot of these things, and then what you do is you tackle those things. And yes, it is I believe this is the human condition. When you're a child, you are bored, you are lazy because you're bored. Your lack of engagements, you're not doing anything, nothing is sparking your time to become an adult, in which eventually a highly stimulated kid with lots of things to do and lots of problem solving and stuff, they would eventually become very busy. And because they are very busy, then they lack rest. And that rest that desire to constantly be resting is the major form of being lazy. So oftentimes when someone says, I'm smooth brained, and like I only want a simple job, I just don't want to do those things, it's largely, if I would have to guess, it's largely because the skills that they have, they really are really tired of developing new skills. Like you're not interested in juggling more skills. So when it comes to the motivation for language learning, that's where I tackle it. So a lot of times when I talk to an adult who is learning a language, it's about pacing, integration, and stacking. Because when you pace and integrate and stack, you save time. And we're not going to even say save time. You maximize like uses. Basically, like, hey, if you're gonna say this in English and you already know the Japanese word for it, you might as well just say the Japanese word next time. Like, whenever you say the word talk, you might as well think hanasu, right? Just when you say talk in your brain, you could say hanasu to yourself. When you look at your monitor, monitor, you can simply say monitor and think monitor, or you can just muddle to yourself and say monitor. Like, if you're going to say a word already, you might as well practice another thing. That's integration and stacking. So it addresses one of the major concerns, being too busy. So if you're going to be busy, we have to try to come up with creative ways that in that busy thing, we got to do more, right? We got layered stuff. We got to do layered stuff for adults. Adults require, it's one of the bottlenecks. Kids, you keep pushing them, right? You can push them to grind and to inspire, to explore, and then they will find how to entertain themselves. You give them a wealth of tools, right? And let them have at it, because they are bored because none of the existing tools are interesting enough. Eventually they're going to find it. The downside, like the non-adult thing, that adults have filters, right? They know when they're using up a lot of time. Usually they running out of time and stuff. But kids, if you throw a lot of tools, it doesn't guarantee that they're gonna land on the maximized tools, as in like they could end up on TikTok, and instead of learning a language, they doom scroll, right? But they will likely find something that they're interested in that piques their engagement. Their engagement will be the fundamental thing that will remove their laziness status and go towards that engagement. And that engagement will be so hyper specific and like selectively compartmentalized that it would be the reason that they're busy all the time. Doom scrolling is a great example. And it will be to the point where when they get older, right? When you get older and you're still doom scrolling, then this thing that you have developed is your busy. And what happens when you become an adult? If this is your busy, then that's your reason to be lazy. So if we're thinking about Gen Z right now, those who now have to do new tasks, they have to go to college, they have to get a job. They're busy doing what they learned as a kid, and now they have reason to be lazy because all of your time has been consumed by the thing that they keep busy. Now, when we get to an adult, that's how you tell how an adult. So I use the adult activity, their reasoning for why they're lazy, and versus why they're busy. I use that to my advantage to figure out, all right, let's go and work on those things, or let's encourage each other on those things, because in order to break busy and lazy as an adult, you need new ideas. And those new ideas, for one form or another, requires that you be a kid again. You know, you have to be a little bit young again, right? You have to channel the idea that you're willing to engage in something new. So it's going backwards. Your laziness has to pay off for boredom. Which someone far more brilliant than I am, I'm actually adapting a comment or like a commentary that someone who's far more brilliant than I am and much more read, like that person actually has a book. I've got the guy's name, but the idea is he mentioned this topic where as an adult, he's specifically talking about adults, not necessarily kids, that are like trapped in like a lazy busy rotation. The person doesn't actually make this association, but they were describing him, this lazy busy relationship. As an adult, you have to let yourself get bored. I've got the guy's name, but I will try to do better and remember the guy's name next time. So adults have to let themselves get bored in order to perpetuate exploration again. So how do you get to boredom when you have enough rest time? How do you get enough rest time? Try to work on what's keeping you busy. So when you start to liberate time from being busy, like if you're eating, one way, if you're really busy preparing food for yourself, or you're very indecisive about your food, right? Like it's taking you a lot of time, meal prep. Having someone plan recipes, or being excited for recipes so that the things get done quicker. Those are the type of things that create an increase in time. And increase in time would mean more restful times. Eating better, sleeping better, those are things that can increase rest time. That would then lead to some set of boredom. And that boredom can still lead you to exploration. So then that laziness that you feel is like, oh yeah, it's just opportunity for a time being, and back and forth. Kids, on the other hand, you try to mitigate boredom. So when kids are lazy, You're trying to mitigate boredom. Because that's what's keeping them from exploring. Which is really interesting. Because boredom is usually a thing that would lock into the laziness for adults. But for children, if you get boredom, they become lazy. And laziness is one of the reasons why they do not stay busy. Right? You just have someone who says, if I had $1 for every time someone says something like, yeah, Japanese is really hard. It requires me to study all the time. Meanwhile, they're sitting there doom scrolling. Or they would spend weeks in and out and saying, man, I wish I had more time to study this and that. And I'm like, yeah, you told me that the last 3 months. But now you're saying you need 3 months to study. Why didn't you study in the first place? Like, well, that's because I was bored and I didn't want to study. All right, how do we make the studying part more engaging? Because that's going to help with that. Now, when you think about an adult, this is sold, lots of these apps, right? Not Wanikani or Bunpro. I don't think Wanikani and Bunpro does this. But this app, they would always sell on engagement. This, in my opinion, on the long game, if you're older, so if you're kind of an older adult, this is incredibly dissatisfying over time. Like, in the long run, being sold on engagement is incredibly dissatisfying. It's often what the satisfaction typically comes from understanding, growing understanding, growing efficiency is what would be appreciated by an adult. However, kids eat it up. If you're a lot younger, and I'm not talking about biological age, I'm simply talking about mindset and like the circumstances of your environment. If you have time, like a younger person would have, eat it up. But the thing is, then they fall into the dissatisfaction. You have to address their dissatisfaction with comprehension and progress. So, why do I think that most adults are lazy? Because they're really busy. And then why children are lazy because they're bored is because, look at this. This is the dissatisfaction with progress and comprehension. This, yes, it still deals with comprehension, but often concerns efficiency because, well, very busy. So products that aim at these situations, I often think that when a product is trying to make the most of your time, I would typically try to recommend them to older people, adults. If a product is designed to make most of your time, not the same. This is not the same as using a lot of time. The quality of that time needs to go up. Kids, it's about progress. So regardless of how much time it takes, in my opinion, the sense of progress, like knowing that they're progressing regardless of the exchange on time, is usually, so they're exchanged because engagement requires a lot of time. Their exposure to the activity is what they're establishing. They're trying to establish a habit. Adults have to negotiate, in my opinion. They have to negotiate habits. So what does this look like? get a kid get a kid hooked on Duolingo? Engagement. Adults have to say, do I have enough time for Duolingo? I mean, I have all these other habits. Every time I use Duolingo, I could be meal prepping. Or every time I look at Duolingo, I could be having a lunch break. It still works though. Like, engagement still works for adults, obviously. The feedback is very different though. Oftentimes, kids, in my opinion, would, from that engagement, would be considered good. Adults often see things that are engaging but not efficient for their goals as a negative feedback loop. And I'm not saying like it's exclusive. As a kid ages, right? Like when you get older and you keep getting older to 18 and then getting older to 25, this transition starts where all the habits that you've developed as a younger person, if they are indeed non-productive, right? That P word, non-productive, it becomes very difficult to compete. Because now you're an adult. And there are going to be a lot of competing things. So if you do something like doom scrolling, the older they get, the more they're reminded, usually because of society too, they're reminded that they have decided to spend all their habits on quote-unquote non-productive stuff. So this is the area that I address most of the time. This is the age range and the transition range where someone says, I don't understand why it's so hard to do my homework. And my first thing that I have to verify is, do you think homework is boring? Because I think homework is exciting. Like, as an older person, having the time to do homework is a productive action. The problem with the adult is, do they have time to do homework? Not whether they're bored of homework or they don't know the importance of homework. They simply do not have time. At least the biggest driver is that they're really tired to do homework, or they don't have, they don't have enough energy left to do homework along with other things that they have to do. A kid, if you ask them like, why don't you do homework? Probably more than 5 out of 10 times they'll say because it's boring, or it has no use, or it's a waste of time. And then fast forward 6 years, they would be like, man, I wish I had enough time to do homework, because like do the work so then I don't have to do it later, etc. Like that's usually the natural progression, but now it's a little different. Gen Z is starting to hold this over. So now you still get people who are much older into their 20s, like mid 20s, and they still say, oh, they're bored and their obligations are sitting right in front of them. This is where the cross section that I'm thinking about when I'm thinking about learning. Like, you want to be fluent in Japanese, it's in front of you. How can you be bored if you want to be fluent in Japanese? And then an adult would be, I want to be fluent in Japanese. It's like, right, it's in front of you. It's like, oh man, I don't think I have the time to be. Like, I'm just so tired. Like, how can I make this less tiring for me? Gonna have to liberate some time, right? Like, we have to figure out, try to reorganize, get the adult to intend to set aside time to study. That's one of the things. Like, find reward in the time, maximize the effectiveness of their time. A kid, boredom. You gotta address the boredom situation. Yeah, it's so tough. Anyways, that's another topic that I address on a daily basis. Interesting. And of course, if you were an adult and you have all the time in the world, then you would naturally get bored and find time to fill your space in. If you're a kid and you have all the time in the world, you can simply be bored and do nothing. Which, gonna be real, it's kind of dicey. It's a little scary. And I think, Beth, if there's anything out of this long digression, is it's impressive that you're learning another language while also doing other things. I'm not. So we have to keep this clear. Like, I'm not working. So I'm not saying do what I do because I don't have a job. Like I'm not like doing other things. I don't have things keeping me busy. What's keeping me from my study is all the things that I'm working on, which is like talking about this stuff. So if there's anything that takes away from being lazy, right? Being lazy with finishing my Bunpro stuff, or my Wanikani and my HanziHero stuff, is everything that I'm keeping myself busy with, which is talking to other people, helping gathering data, gathering experience on consultation, right? Talking to other students that may or may not want to just hear about school stuff. Like that's what's occupying my time. So that 2,000 reviews, you know, I have like 2,000 reviews in HanziHero and like 1,800 reviews, and they're all vocabulary. Most of them are vocabulary in Bunpro. And all this is because my major priority is everything I was just spending the last 2 hours, 2.5 hours talking about. That's my major priority. And then this stuff is the lazy part. It's agreeably, if someone says, yeah, you're never going to become fluent in Japanese because you're too lazy about your study, I would probably agree with them. I could work way harder with the time I have on the Japanese studies. However, that is not my priority. My priority is to figure out different ways and different mindsets by learning the mechanics of very popular, like whatever people are buzzing about, and then using that as a platform to talk to other people about their motivations and the way they think and how they perceive themselves and whatnot. Because I'm genuinely most interested in the learning process, not the content. So if someone says, oh yeah, you're never gonna master 2,000 kanji, it's like, you're probably right. And they're like, aren't you upset that you're not gonna be like, you have a encyclopedic knowledge of Japanese and its idiosyncrasies? No, not really. It's very hard to know how to teach people and speak to people and talk about what they need to get started if all you're focusing on is being not a beginner, not a person who struggles with habits and stuff, right? Talk to a genius, right? Talk to someone who's at the top of their game or never struggled to study, and you ask them, oh, so how do you keep, consistent with studying? It's like, I just do it. It comes naturally. Oh, well, I guess, okay. Thank you, I suppose. Right? That happens a lot more than I could. Whenever a question like that comes up, I really gravitate towards those who have an answer that deals with the process, because then you know for sure that that's someone who went through the process. Like even something as simple as when someone asks like an expert or something, this expert, hey, how did you Are you just like naturally smart or talented? Is that why you're at the top of your game? It must feel really great to be smart. And their first thing that comes out of their mouth would be like, well, it's because I worked really hard. Like, let me explain to you all the things, all the bumps in the road that has gotten me here, right? Versus, yeah, I just never had any problems. So, like, consider your biases, right? If you're someone that feels like you never have any problems, probably the second person. I'm more of the first person. When someone asks like, oh, like you're so, you like to speak a lot, you must have been very social when you were a child, and I'm like, no, I was actually quite the opposite. And I would even double down and say the reason why I'm good, quote unquote, decent at the things I do now is because I was not that great back then. The only way I became more proficient at the skills I have today was to work on them because they were an eyesore back then. So how do I get more productive? By working on productivity. How do I not doom scroll? By working on not doom scrolling. Not avoiding the problem. So for example, whenever someone says, what is the best way? It can work. Again, I'm not saying it doesn't work. What's the best way to remove doom scrolling? Literally prevent yourself from doom scrolling. And you'll like adjust. It works really, really well. Alternatively, you could compete with doom scrolling. You could make doom scrolling productive. You can link doom scrolling as a trigger to something else that you do. Or you can do something before doom scrolling as a reward. There's so many ways to go about doing that. And yet, I feel like most of the solutions tend to be coming from the perspective of someone who simply kicks a habit, right? How do you learn Japanese? Sit down, grab a textbook, grind your eyes out. What is the most reliable way to learn Japanese? The way the person successfully done it. So when you ask a successful person, if the first thing they can come out of their mouth is say, oh, I just do this, I'm out the door. Like if I was asking for advice, for example, like when I go up to them and, I talk about my language learning journey, and the first thing they tell me is what worked for them that I should do also, without like taking into consideration anything I've mentioned or even ask where my position is, I'm out the door. Right? Like, it's weird, in my opinion, when you get to like an advanced stage in learning, that the person that is your mentor is a person who dictates you and notice nothing about you and then still manage to provide advice. I think that's typically the segregator between a guru and an expert, especially an expert that has experienced many things to becoming an expert. Otherwise, easy come, easy go, right? Easy come, easy go. That's a human condition. If things came to you easily, then it's also very easy to explain and it's very easy to lose. Like, for example, a special talent who had no problems, like if you're the super rare person, right? These are rare situations. So I'm saying the vast majority of people are actually, they have to work for their things. That's the reality. Not the vast majority of people don't work for their thing. They just simply got selected based on their special talent or something. That is far from reality. But when you get that, you can tell. You can immediately tell what came easy to the person, because it's easy come, easy go. It's even less memorable, actually. Things that come very easily are less memorable. So, because you don't work on it at all. So when someone says like, oh, I just became fluent in 7 languages. Here's what I did. Read. I'm like, okay, well, I'm definitely like the odds of me taking that person's advice is near zero. Like, oh yeah, man, the advice for me is to read in a language that I'm learning, and I barely even read in the language that I speak now. Yep, that's definitely where we'll start. So the next question you would ask is like, so how do you do that? And the person's like, don't talk, just do. And I'm like, oh, okay. I will probably go somewhere else. Just saying. Personally. Maybe when you're younger, maybe when you're a kid, you could say, oh yeah, I'll just do that. I have all the time in the world. Well, some of those people are just savants, probably. Yes, they're probably savants. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, they're not bad people. It's not like they're lying. No one's lying here. The idea is you're trying to find someone who isn't. 7 is a lie. That's fun. So, yeah, I know, right? 7 is a lot. The idea is you want someone who can relate to you, and like when you're getting advice, that person either has a vested interest in the person you're talking to. Like we're talking about someone you actually can approach. We're not talking about someone who's building a product, right? Building a product that's supposed to serve 100,000 people or millions of people. And there is an inverse correlation, right? The more people you're trying to cater to, the more generic it is. And it's kind of humorous how when there's a consumer, you can also gauge a consumer by this. When a consumer complains, right, complains about a product being generic, despite the product being very popular. So this is a very common one that I see with a younger audience when they're looking for a product that they want, like Bunpro. Is Bunpro for me? Is Wanikani for me? Right? And the consumer, especially Gen Z, because of how the internet works now, the consumer is expected that the thing that's being served to them serves them. And usually what is served to them is based on popularity. And they use this metric for, like, you know, more likes, for example. Higher likes or matching algorithm, right? And they assume that because of these metrics, that they expect that the product be more specific to them. When in reality, products that are more likely to be used by more people tend to increase in genericness. The whole idea about it being generic is because it's built on what is standardized. And how do we get standards? They apply to the largest number of people that produces the largest number, the highest percentage success, right? So when someone says like, oh, this is the best solution, it's like, if that person is selling you the best solution, there's a high chance that it is more generic than it is specific. Now there is a counter argument to this, and it comes with targeted selection. So where does Wanikani and Bunpro fit into this? Wanikani is targeted selected. So the vast majority of those people would be inclined to be selectively interested in something. Wanikani, characters. Characters attached to mnemonics. Mnemonics that are not built by yourself, but built by the people. The people at Tofuku Incorporated. Bunpro is specifically a grammar source. And you have to define all the specificities of Bunpro because it is a targeted product. Like it has a very selective thing. So anyone who dislikes it dislikes those things about Bunpro and Wanikani. So that's where like proper advertisement comes in, right? However, the odds are a consumer likes to buy a product that is very popular and heavily liked. When these two things are present, it typically means the product is generic. So when a consumer complains, which for the record, this is the rare consumer. The ones that I encounter, the people who like give me the keyboard warriors, the ones that are most angry, not particularly at me, but at me for using a product that they disagree with. Like for example, Duolingo, and then you would ask them, how do you confirm that they're the rare consumer? You would ask them, what do you think Duolingo does for me? What do you think Duolingo does for 1 million people or 10 million people? Actually, I don't even know how many accounts there are. There are probably more than 10 million accounts. And if it's the rare consumer, they would say, well, it doesn't teach grammar. I'm like, I don't think it's supposed to, like, or in the way that you think. And they're like, well, it doesn't explain all the grammar points. I'm like, I'm not even sure it's supposed to. And then, the consumer would say something like this particular keyboard warrior would say, well, it should explain every single grammar point as they come up and every single grammar point in the most sweaty detail as possible. I'm like, if it did, I don't think it's going to have 10 million users. And then another consumer would say like, oh, this Duolingo has to consistently tell you and nag you about your pitch accent when, by the way, Japanese course has speech recognition now. It's like they would have to correct you at every single nuance of your pitch accent because that's how you would learn Japanese properly. I'm like, I'm not entirely sure if Duolingo was designed to do that, and I'm not entirely sure if every one of these millions of people would be able to command that information in the first place. So it's not that it's good or bad. Like, it would be awesome if the millions of people would have pitch perfect hearing and also have a mind-body connection to their pitch. Like, I legitimately demonstrated this a couple times while learning Chinese, right? And I'm a novice singer. And I'm a novice Mandarin speaker, right? Novice Mandarin speaker. However, I know where my chest voice is, and I know where my head voice is. The question is, when I'm explaining this, does that help a lot of people? Not really. Like, hey, if you like, what is this? Head voice, chest voice. Does that make any sense to you? Maybe not. And then what happens when we talk about savants is sometimes their idiosyncrasies are very obvious. Like, does my head voice and my chest voice reveal that I'm a savant? No, because a savant would simply just do it. I worked on several other ways. So when you think about high and think about low, you think about head and you think about chest. If you made the same syllable and you try to imagine the sound coming from your head and sound coming from your chest, here's a great way to do it. You can start at your chest, just hold a note like so then where your range is. So as long as you're holding a note that's lower, then you have to be consistently be able to hit your chest. So no volume change. It's not It's not That's stress. You're stressing now, where there's a volume change as well. So when you do pitch, like a lot of people would say, well, how do you separate the stress to get pitch accents? Well, you remove volume, right? How can you remove your volume change? Right? You try not to add more volume. So and how do you do that? Like 7 7 7 7 7 7 7 7 7 7 7. Same volume, but 7 is stressed with the volume. 7 7 7 7 7 7, right? That's what you're getting. You're trying to flatten your volume. And then you have to count all the beats, right? The mora. And that's not like counting syllables. That's the other syllabic stress that people talk about, like where like to shave. Shave is not one word. Like one mora. Shave is multiple mora. Shave, right? It's accented across the entire thing. It's one syllable. Shave. It's probably shabe. Right? Shabe. So the pitch is shabe. Shabe. If like like if I'm trying to imagine a Japanese person trying to pronounce an English word, reading this, and then trying to figure out where it is, it's probably 1 2, and this is probably high low because it sounds nice. Shabe. Shabe. Shabe works also like shabe, right? Shabe. And I'm using be because it's kind of like Spanish. Is where I'm going. Like V's are kind of like B's. So, and it's similar in Japanese where V's are B's. So shabe, 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 shabe. Not shabe, 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 shabe. Right? Shabe, 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 shabe. Not shabe, shabe. Those are accents. So all of this stuff, like, it's tough. And it's probably still not really on top. And then a savant will come along and say, no, you just do it. Just listen and then just do it. I'm like, okay. I'll try that too. Thank you. Thank you for your input. So usually, if you meet a savant, their first advice would be the first advice you would get. Do it. And then now, let's go and find a less savant. Like a hard worker. What would a hard worker say? Study it. Or something like that. And then maybe like a hands-on person would still say do it. But do it with extra steps. And then your success in your life involves all of these things. And that's what I'm collecting. I'm collecting all of these things. That's the most interesting part to me. How many different ways can I find when I'm learning something and then hearing what other people learn? Because then we can exchange ideas. So Beth, whenever you find a brilliant, like if you find a life hack, like, oh, here's my hack for doing something, I would love to hear it, because that's kind of why I'm doing this in the first place. We exchange ideas. Otherwise, I think learning alone and studying in isolation and never listening to any other person's advice is probably pretty goated. Because if you can already learn everything by yourself, stop getting input from other people. Like, why spend time interacting with another person if you're not going to exchange ideas with them? That you might as well watch a YouTube video, right? Like, the argument is you might as well watch a YouTube video and have a parasocial relationship with them. And that is generally what most Gen Z students do. They form a parasocial relationship in which they learn without any form of feedback other than themselves. So oftentimes, whenever they problem solve, they simply say, I don't know it. So now I'm going to go find an answer. And I'm like, that doesn't help you understand why the answer is right and why you made that mistake. You need someone to provide feedback outside yourself. If you don't know why you make silly mistakes, then you need feedback for why you make those silly mistakes. When someone tells me, do I make silly mistakes? No, I never make silly mistakes. I make mistakes. And then I try to find how to solve them. They're like, adjust them or use them. I don't think they're silly mistakes. Silly mistakes is when I don't listen to feedback. You get silly mistakes when you choose to think that you are the only one that can solve all the problems. Those, in my opinion, are what's called silly mistakes, because you never learn. The reason why mistakes are silly to you, in my opinion, is that you always make them and they never change. The nature of the mistake consistently comes up. And you get that comment far more the younger someone gets. Not all the time. It's just far more frequent. When someone says, oh yeah, my marks are pretty good on the exam, I just made a bunch of silly mistakes. When an older person, in my opinion, personally, when I ask them, it's like, yeah, I've been making these mistakes, it's costing me a lot of time. They have accountability. Typically, the older you get, the more accountable you are. Like, oh, it's so frustrating that I'm making this mistake. I know the and then they would tell me the consequences of their mistake. As in, they're not brushing it off. They actually elevate their accountability, like the responsibility. Like, I know I shouldn't be doing this. It will cause me to lose rest in this time. So if I had some time, I'm just really too tired, but if I have time, I would really want to address this mistake. Now, kids, on the other hand, is like, oh, it's no problem. Like, I already know the right answer. I just made a silly mistake here. I'm like, well, there's a difference between knowing you did it wrong and acknowledging how you can try to work on it versus brushing it off as though it's a one-time thing. And then it happens again and again and again. And when they become adults, those mistakes, in my opinion, hopefully doesn't interfere with the way they function. If it does, it really sucks when you're older and you need to break a habit of making silly mistakes. And remember that I'm focusing on language learning, but what's a silly mistake that I would say when someone's trying to learn a language later down the line? They don't like speaking. They don't like reading. They don't like listening. Sorry, Beth. Like, I don't like reading as much. So that's what I'm working on. Like, the most exhausting thing to me to do is to read. I know you have quite the you're suggesting the opposite situation where, like, you might be more interested in reading than listening, right? And For me, it's the opposite. So I spend the vast majority of my time reading because I don't like looking at words. I typically listen most of the time. I like listening to people speak. So most of the time I hear voice actors and stuff. And that's where I was trying to communicate to drama that there's a reason and appropriateness for reading subtitles or not reading subtitles. If they're so concerned that subtitles are interfering, they have a preference for reading. How do you address a preference for reading? Do what he decides to say. Prioritize listening in order to get better at listening, right? So that's kind of the same thing here. I think my weakest preference is also the thing that I'm working on. Otherwise, we could just sit here and listen to people speak Japanese, Chinese, whatnot. I imagine I have some bad habits, or quote unquote silly mistakes or habits that I've developed over time that I would want to see if it occurs. I think one of my favorite things about learning something or doing something very difficult, at first, that can seem very difficult, is to discover about yourself. Like, I think easy things at first, again, easy things at first and simple things at first are the ones that you learn the least from, right? And I do stand by that. If you are up to the task, so you're not exhausted or too busy, an adult benefits far more, in my opinion, by being able to do something that challenges themselves to use all of their existing skills to redefine their skills or to refine their skills. I think that's where the most reward comes from when it comes to a really experienced person. For younger people who have less progress, less successes, and less skills developed, it's largely more about the appearance of progress as opposed to the meaningfulness of that progress. And that's not to say they can't appreciate both. One just seems to be readily available. You give a kid a streak, for example, and just say, hey, spend 1 minute doing this thing, and that number goes up by 1. And then it goes up by 1 again tomorrow. And that's sufficient. Meanwhile, as the kid grows older, they'll come to realize the value of that 1. And they can develop a perfectly sustainable habit, for better or for worse, that spending 1 minute a day, making a number go up by 1 is all they need to feel progress. And then get slapped with the hard reality that 1 minute is nearly worthless across even thousands of days, compared to an adult who have understood and created a habit of evaluating and providing prices and perspective on what that is. Because 1 minute is quite a long time if you can elevate its value. It is not elevated when you simply do the same task and never elevate its value. So one thing that I often find very concerning in this time of the future is underestimating that. When boredom leads to engagement seeking, that engagement provides complacency, where you get complacent, like, oh hey, the number is going up by 1 day. Reevaluate. That number goes up 1 day. Reevaluate. So I appreciate, Beth, that you have been sharing your feelings and your interactions with your accuracy, like your wanikani accuracy, and constantly keeping yourself on your toes by reevaluating what that number means to you and what it's being used for you is, in my opinion, the adult secret sauce. Kids do not have the basis for that yet. They are trying to develop the basis for that, right? Like when I talk to you, I am trying to lean in on your experiences, not whether, oh yeah, just get this up to 90%. I'm like, okay. You kind of want to know why or how that makes sense to bring it up to 90% or stay between 80 and 90%. The alternative is when you have a younger person, just say, hey, I challenge you to get it to 100%. Go. And then they'll be satisfied if they keep getting 100%. And I'm like, yeah. So if you're getting advice from someone who still thinks that, it could be very distraught. It can be very discouraging, because honestly, I can't tell you how many times someone tells me like, wait, you make mistakes? How can you make a mistake on such a simple task? You should be 100% always correct on this. Like, you think in life, you really think that that's how you go about life? Like, you can do that for the rest of your life? You're absolutely sure that this is your mentality? You want to go through life assuming that you're always 100% accurate on everything? How is that possible? Well, it is possible for someone who learns nothing new after a specific time in their lives. Someone who's so certain that their life is not going to change at all at the age of something. The odds of that happening does not exist. What I mean is, in an older adult, like as you grow older, that odds decrease into highly improbable territory, nearly impossible, right? Highly improbable. When the younger you get, the more and more likely that's possible. So if you took a group of like 100 younger people, like 18-year-olds, you might get like 5 or 10 of them saying this. It might be higher now, because it feels like you can't make mistakes if everyone already made the mistake for you, right? When you go online, when you learn something, everyone already made the mistake for you. So you can't possibly make a mistake if you simply follow the instructions by everyone else. That's not what life teaches you. I think that's one of the toughest learning lessons, especially when it comes to the whole point of this digression. Like, so this is N4, right? It's N2 on Jisho. Which one's right? Which one's wrong? And then, a young person would come by and say, well, obviously, insert their favorite group, which, by the way, is probably going to be the majority group, and say something like, oh, a native speaking Japanese person from Tokyo University who's working for the JLPT administrator said that this is N2. I'm like, yes, but what about the rest? Like, I don't know. They're right. It doesn't matter what the other one is. My friend, that's called confirmation bias. That's something that will be either your single source of ignorant bliss, or life is gonna punch you in the face so many times and kick you while you're down to realize that, yeah, it really isn't like that. The truth is that there are no official vocab lists for any JOP levels. Every resource is just using the best guess. Exactly, James. Exactly. That was where our digression started. Yeah. And then Beth was wondering, about standardization. I'm like, I didn't get any impression that there's standardization for these things. So we were talking about all of the different like ways to interpret how vocabulary works and whatnot. And then I talked about how English is quite similar. Like anything post grade 9, like the higher it gets, the more adults we have, like as you're transitioning to adults. So the older you get, the more less standardization of these things happen, because that's one of the human conditions. So in English, the cutoff is almost at 9. This is when the concept, like grammatical concepts, are starting to be introduced, and grammatical concepts are a little bit more looser, so they can encompass a larger number of patterns. So that's good. But then immediately grammatical concepts lead to conceptual concepts in the language. So even then, when I evaluate people's vocabulary words, like in English, it's usually less than grade 9. In fact, the vast majority. And we were also, I also talked about HSK 1 through 6, and then like 7 through 9 is like whatever. And that doesn't mean we need official lists. There are lists, and every source has their own best guess. And being an adult means that you can use any of those lists and comparatively analyze them, because it is required that as you become older and more, the variables become far more emergent. And because of that, adults don't necessarily use the same processes that kids do. So when you go around and trying to rationalize the many things that you think about as an older person, they usually do not fit in standardization. Like for example, psychology is a great example. Childhood psychology, light years more consistent and, dare I say, standardized than adult aging. Not even in the same realm of predictability. Adult aging is like, what's your flavor, my man? What type of psychologist are you talking about? Meanwhile, psychology in childhood, a lot of the stuff still holds up, like behavioral psychology, right? Since like the Skinner days and whatnot, they still hold up. And then like the idea of ordered learning, especially in like language learning, sure, still kind of holds up more than like secondary language acquisition. I would imagine secondary language acquisition in adulthood. And that is what we were talking about, because I do respect it's very admirable that there are people who still learn languages, or learn anything, honestly, after a specific amount of time, even when they don't, like, they feel it exhausting. I feel like Beth strikes as trying to balance like the whole thing, and it's really admirable when you still continue to learn, at least in my opinion, because I'm biased. I'm absolutely biased towards adults who still seek regular enrichment, because I'm scared of dementia, and I'm scared of having a generation of people who just simply stop learning. That's weird. That's weird to me. Anyways, yeah, absolutely. That's where it all started today, James. The digression today was based on like corroborating this. So anytime I get a new word, right, a new character that I haven't gone over in Wanikani, well, this is one of those special ones. So Wanikani omits this, and the source that the third party source that categorized this shows it as N2, or N2, or like for example Jisho. This one they categorize this at N4, right? And then Wanikani, the group itself, not the third party group that's classifying it, the third party group says that Wanikani covers 100% of N2. But the third party source that I thought they had was definitely not Jisho, which qualifies it as N2. And then of course here I'm looking at Bunpro and it's qualified as N4. And the way I'm associating all of this is I'm associating it with a bunch of like other words, which goes from N4, an N4 term, an N5 term, and an N3 term. These ones are based on Jisho. So the idea is, well, it doesn't matter to me whether there's an official vocab list or a standardized list. It's the idea is when you're using your noggin, you should be able to do all this stuff. Or I would encourage people to do all this stuff. The truth, right? If you're an adult and you're a truth seeker is something that's closer to reality, not idealism. Idealism is generally youthful naivety. And I think language learning has kind of been reduced to that in many instances. And making someone more comfortable that it isn't idealism, I think goes a long way to encouraging adults to want to learn again. Because the last thing you want to tell them is like, oh yeah, if you're not doing it this way and it doesn't work, yeah, you're screwed. I would imagine me and Beth would not be talking anymore if I was that type of person. But I remember some of my first conversations with Beth, we were talking about pacing and wakotabi and all those things. Like an idealistic person would immediately say, dude, wakotabi is garbage. Like, it doesn't teach you anything. It gamifies things. Gamification makes learning sucky. If you're wondering where I got this from, is I read reviews of products that I use, right? Like, I use them and then I read them and see and sample what type of criticisms there are. And some of the major critics of wakotabi is that it uses English in the beginning. And I'm really saying it uses English in the beginning. And the criticism is like, no, it has to be fast. You have to be immersive. And I'm like, yeah, I can see that criticism going really, really well. For maybe like someone who believes that ideally you learn a language in a void, and we're all born savants and we would learn the same way we've always learned. You drop us off, get a plane ticket, go to Japan, uproot your entire life, and get it done. You're getting close to your bedtime, but you're hearing me in the background. Oh, no worries, Beth. Yeah, enjoy. Yeah, I really should finish. I wasn't expecting to digress, but I think this is a really important topic for especially the older you get. Like, there's something about idealism that really does erode adult life. You don't think there's a learning program people won't complain about? Absolutely. And that's reality, right? That's the truth. So, like, the stuff I'm talking about, it's not like evoking me to go on a keyboard warrior. Like, like, I'm not going on Steam and saying like, no, let me counter argue all your stuff. The idea is the vast majority of healthy adults who succeed, adapt, like what they like, learn what they dislike, and account for it, it doesn't get represented by anger and confusion and like impasse, right? It evolves into discussion, problem solving, truth seeking, and understanding realities. So instead of being angry about understanding that everyone has an opinion about a program and everyone has their own way, and then being really frustrated and confused about it, it's more like if you're an adult that has critical thinking and problem solving skills, you're able to take information, integrate them, and know that not everyone disagrees with you, but not everyone agrees with you either. And you might not feel the best about everything, and you might not feel the worst about everything. But the reality is you can synthesize all of that information. I think it gets scarier and scarier for younger people who are growing up in a world that they believe is baked in idealism. So you get like a college kid who's about to graduate from college, and they say things like, oh, there's only one right way to become a doctor in like medicine. There's only one right way to, and my first thought is, how do you know that? Do you really think that after graduating undergrad you somehow become a savant and you can account for that? Like, my first thought is, the only way you can ever think that to be such an easy solution is this person haven't either been challenged at all during their time. So if they're a savant, savants don't get challenged very often, and then they're good to go. 99.9% savant, right? Percentile savant. Otherwise, they haven't challenged enough to use any critical thinking skills or problem solving skills. So they're going to go through life, especially in a professional career, which again is very unlikely, because those who enter like fields like at the leading edge of their fields, they would have already encountered critical thinking skills and problem solving skills, because they are required to think at the edge of things, not in idealism, right? Like dogmatic idealism. So otherwise, somewhere along the line, they're going to operate and put people in a box of idealism. Like, hey, yeah, you're never gonna learn anything like that. Use this. This is the only way to learn. You can only do this my way. Meanwhile, they're gonna have an uphill battle, knowing that the enormity of humanity when your colleagues are no longer kids. Like, you know, as you grow older, like, I don't know what my quote unquote, here's a funny thing, like IQ, right? Whenever we think about IQ is respective to your peers. And to your peers and age, right? As a kid, because of there's a higher degree of standardization and predictability, IQ might mean something. Like, oh yeah, this kid with a high IQ is ahead. But then when you get to adulthood, that standardization starts to fade. It starts to be nebulous. So now if you're wondering, like, someone would come around and they would say like, oh yeah, you must have a high IQ. And it's like, I don't know what my IQ is, but I can tell you now, my colleagues are very, very impressively, you know, smart. They're far more productive than I am, at least in my opinion. And as far as I know, when we were kids, there's probably a very predictable chance that I had a higher IQ, but that doesn't do anything, you know? That's kind of the thing. Hey brother, how did I change my Bunpro theme? What do you mean, how to change your Bunpro theme? Oh, it's in the point shop. The B point shop. You have to earn points and then change it. You can get this theme on your own. Like, what I mean is it's free. So like if you go to Bunpro shop, there's a blue theme for free. This is the blue theme for free. And then in settings, there's dark and light mode. And this is just dark mode with the free blue theme. So at the top right, if you look at the top right, there will be a cog. And then it's under Bunpro shop. Yeah. Yeah, no worries. No worries. Good luck, Marco. Good luck. Yeah, I think that's important, right? I prefer smiling, you know, Beth. I prefer people discussing things. Oh, I forgot. Oh, it was a really good person that I recently was listening to. They were talking about a resolution, like a relationship and communication skills. Dang it. It was something along the lines of the difference between, it was a debate. Figuring out the age gap and communication skills, like what type of level of competence you have. There's a difference between debating with someone in a relationship, like having a relationship based on debate, versus a relationship based on discussion. Or what were they talking about? I think that it was more like allocation or like negotiation or something like that. I've got what the specific word is. The word debate was the insightful thing that they were tackling. They were talking about debating requires that someone wins. You are trying to win and lose. You know, like there's a loser and a winner. Versus discussion, negotiation or / allocation. I forgot the word. It's none of those words, but it's a combination of those words where there's an exchange in idea and a resolution that, you know, negotiates and analyzes both the ideas. So whenever it was like the contrast between having debates and arguments versus discussion and negotiation. And when you think about long-term relationships, this guy is like I think they wrote books on professional and non-professional and intimate relationships, that type of thing. And it was on my shorts feed, and then I looked at the video after the shorts feed. And that's kind of where we are, right? Like adults, especially adults who trust other people, right? Like your family and stuff, they negotiate, compromise, and discuss. Kids who are getting together rely on passion, and they use passion to overcome debate and arguments because the passion is stronger. But as the relationship ages, long-term relationships, reliability and judgments and problem solving comes with discussion, compromise, and negotiations, because there's no idealism. Idealism of rights and wrongs come with debates and arguments. And that's kind of how, in my opinion, it's one of the litmus tests for who are you talking to. Like, obviously, most of the time people talk at me, so they're like making comments at me, and I'm reading comments at each other, like vicariously. So how can you get a consistent tell sign of what type of strategy that they have in terms of learning, whether they debate or argue versus discussion, discussion in general. And to me, naturally, Beth and James, I would consider you guys in the latter category, where there is far more discussion and acceptance and truth seeking of like comments that deal with considering the idea that there are nebulous things, like things that are varied, versus there are precise things all the time, like standardized precision, where, oh yeah, if you're gonna do this, it's never gonna work. or you are doing it all wrong. And comments like that is really tough. Like really tough to talk to someone like that. For myself, I'm still working on it because it's tough when they're struggling as well. Like, why am I always wrong about math, for example? That's not, sorry, Beth. This is a coincidence, but there's one or two other people that say this about themselves. Why does math always have to be hard? And that's a coincidence. That I know you're not the greatest advocate for math, Beth. However, it's a fairly common thing that crops up a lot, where someone says like, why does math always have to be boring? And then what am I challenged to do? I basically tried to take the video game that they like and apply all the math that they need to learn and use the video game as their motivator to improve their video game performance by using the mathematical concepts that they are responsible for in class. And that is my attempt to demonstrate to them that math is not always boring. And then that goes back to the whole engagement thing. But the younger they are, in my opinion, the more likely I will use that strategy first, which is ask them, okay, what is a concept that you're working on, and providing examples through demonstration using their point of engagement. So describing, like, for example, calculating the gacha propensity or probability of a gacha game, and then how you would argue for a fair gacha rate using mathematics, or a fairer gacha rate for mathematics. So it's getting them to, they still argue and debate a lot. However, at least you can use their disagreements with gambling, you know, like, or being upset about losing a gacha poll on a gacha game, to the concept of sampling and probability in statistics. That's kind of the way you go about it. Obviously, if I'm talking to an older person, that would not work as well. I can still try it, but generally speaking, the older person would understand they would have thought about these things. So we would do other things. We would talk about alternatives. Like, all right, if math is, like, they really hate math, how can we use math in our everyday lifestyle, like the lifestyle that you already have? How can you use the math steps without adding a large decline in time? So that's pretty much the behavioral habit that would be focused on when it comes to an adult. The idea is you're trying to get them to use their math, or like suggest things to use their math in their normal lifestyle, because their lifestyle is the most rigid thing that they have. If it doesn't cooperate with their lifestyle, then generally speaking, it would be very, very difficult for them to acquire, like literally try to acquire a new lifestyle in order to create it. That doesn't mean adults can't do it. It simply is a tougher task. Like, hey, how do you learn Japanese? Insert a 2-hour session with Anki each day. Go. And the first set of struggles would be to liberate that time consistently in your busy schedule. And then even harder would be that the behavior that is necessary to maintain SRS, for example, is completely alien to the adults. If their behavior structure is not aligned with it, it makes it highly improbable that they'll be able to adopt it right away. So then you use habit associations to help. Like, hey, if the adult really like lunch breaks, and their lunch breaks are often filled with particular void times, maybe eating lunch and doing Anki and be successful. you enjoy lunch already, and there's a time to maximize, like there's time to overlap with that habit. That's more of an adult strategy, in my opinion. So there's less focus, honestly, on the context, like the content, sorry, the less focus on the content of the actual thing they're learning. Less focus. It's still important, but less focus for adults because it's not standardized. Like most of that stuff is really nebulous. For the kid, standardized content is excellent or works fairly well, and they're more about their behavioral understanding, like their interest in their engagement, stuff like that. All right. Let's finish our mnemonic here. All right, the younger, what do we have? We're making a new one because we don't have this character. The younger brother likes to cut his tay with a knife. Dang, the blue theme solves all your issues. In the default theme, oh, the primary color is red. Yeah, which is super confusing. Yeah. I did the same thing, by the way, Marco. For sure, Marco. I changed it to blue for the very reason. They have like this reddish color for the default. I'm glad there was a simple fix. And then obviously you can buy any other themes. I actually plan on changing it to green because I like green. Green seems even like I'm a fan of green. Green tends to be good and whatnot and healthy. Got it worked out. The younger brother likes to like to cut his tay with a knife. Okay. He also have a rule about washing his hand with soap before he shaves the potatoes. That's good enough. All right. Uriba is fine. Place where things are sold. All right, we gotta. I could talk about this stuff all day long. One day I'll try to explain it in like a different language. Maybe that'll be what we do. Okay, a person whose job is to speak in a professional manner and deliver information through speech. I actually don't know this word, so yeah.
Announcer.
And there's a really high chance I'm gonna end up dropping this here, this middle one. Announcer. A booklet issued by a bank to record, and obviously I'm not talking about the English word announcer. There's the Japanese word. Like I know it's a non-Japanese word, but it's still a Japanese. That's how I'm treating it, because I need to understand how to spell it. Booklet issued by a bank to record and track account transactions and balances. This one's also a new term. The kanji combination is fine. This is a new word. Chucho. We had many chos recently. Cho was actually one of the new characters in Wanikani. I think it was level 49 or 48. It was probably level 48. And this makes sense together. Tsucho. A gift or item brought back from a trip or vacation to share with others. Yeah, miyage, I think omiyage was a separate entry, I thought. But it is really weird to see miyage separately without the honorific. They have separate entries for honorific and non-honorific. I'm pretty sure, yeah, because omatsuri and matsuri were separate, I think. And like ofuro and furo were two separate things. So it might be a 50-50. It will end up being a 50-50 when we enter it. So we have a horizontal division within a building, often used to indicate different levels. I'm speaking out loud right now because I'm in the mood, like I'm kind of in this vibe of explaining what's going on in my head. But a general disclaimer, I don't do this all the time anymore because it does take a while to vocalize everything that's going on in my head. However, I wanted to do this because I spent the last 3 hours talking about association. That's what I mean. I'm using association to remember all these things. So I say like, oh, okay, there was another, you know, in the N5 group, there was this, and then these characters, oh, okay, that's an interesting read, or these meanings. That's how I remember stuff. This, though, stratigraphy? What the? That I don't know. Hang on. Stratigraphy. I don't need meaning. I need, okay. Wait. Alright, we'll use this guy. Or lady. Where's the audio? Hello?
Stratigraphy. Chronostratigraphy.
Okay, it is on the stratigraphy. Okay. Chronostratigraphy. Chronostratigraphy. Oh, there's Sub. Hello. Sub-san, what's up? Alright, Kai. Chronostratigraphy. Fair enough. A horizontal division within... Oh, okay, yeah. Within a building, often used to indicate different levels. Okay. A form of traditional Japanese comedy storytelling performed by a lone storyteller. I did not get this term yet. I'm doing pretty well. So, how are you? How are you today? Rikugo, we talked about Rakugo. Someone talked to me about Rakugo. Was it you, Beth? Oh no, was it Beth? We talked about a different type of comedy though. I think it's this. We talked about Rakugo. Beth, didn't we? It was the office thing. It was something about comedy. I swear we might have talked about Rakugo. Someone was talking about, yeah, I think it might have been this. Or another form of comedy. Because I brought up Manzai later down the road. Rakugo. Okay. A prediction of future weather conditions. Okay, we just had before. You've got cramps in your legs and mild cough. Oof. What are you gonna do about the cramps in your leg? That mild cough sounds a little concerning. You have any remedies, preventive measures? The Yoho. Okay. A device that produces light using electricity. Okay. A non-Japanese word for a clothing item that is worn around the neck for decorative or functional purpose, such as keeping warm. We have 2 words for this now. Because mafudo could kind of refer to the same thing. But this is very specific. This is far more specific though. Ska, I think. What happens if I type scarf into? Yeah, mafuda, not mafudo. Mafuda. Or is it mafuda? It'll come back up again. Pretty sure. The act of returning a purchase item to a seller or store. A return and NP because of the rendaku. You apply ice and massage it with olive oil. It should be fine. Oh, that sounds... The olive oil. Interesting. And then what about your mild cough? Maybe some soup? Some kanji? Oh, some salted kanji sounds fantastic. Like lightly salted, like savory kanji. Warm savory kanji is a goat. Pudding. That's fine. A non-Japanese word for sweet dessert with a cream or custard-like texture, often enjoyed chilled. I do like my pudding chilled. A study of the Earth's physical features, climate, population, and other related aspects. Okay. Not chilly, but chiri. Give me some beans with that geography. Alright. Honorific speech, way to say to eat or to consume in Japanese. This is also new. I'm not gonna write anything yet for this. Chiagere. This reminds me of a dungeon meshi. Chiagere. Yo, take some soup and some ginger. Solid with honey. Yeah. Solid choice. Some soup, ginger, and honey. What type of soup do you go with? Yeah, kanji is just honestly just basically rice soup. Rice soup and salt. Salt is the other thing, right? You can always like gargle with salt as well too. But it's like eating something slightly salty is always a solid choice. An item worn directly on the surface of the eye in order to improve vision or change the appearance of the eye. Oh, that contact. I thought it was a different contact. Wait. Oh no, it's both. Okay. You're planning to take corn soup. Oh, corn soup. Nice. Okay, non-Japanese term that refers to an institution where students receive education and instructions from teachers. School. Oh goodness, school. a specific room or space used for group discussions or conferences. Right, so we have the meet, kai, and gi, discussion, kaigi, and then room, shitsu, kaigi shitsu. The money spent on purchasing food. We have food and fees. So shikuhi, shikuhi. That doesn't really roll off the tongue. It feels like there needs to be something else. Oh no, shoku, not shoku, shukihi. Oh yeah, you forgot to mention you're preparing a portfolio for applying to the university. Nice. How does one prep a portfolio? Like what goes into a portfolio to the university you're applying to? A verb expressing the action of cutting or trimming grass, right? Crops or other vegetations. With, vegetation with a tool or a machine. Okay. Karu is very recent. Okay. A non-Japanese word for soft, comfortable indoor footwear designed to keep the foot warm and cozy. That's a lot of things. But I get it. Alright. A verb expressing the action of removing hair from the body, typically using a razor or a shaving implement. Right. Younger brother, knife, rule, soap, soru. The section of a store where products are displayed and sold. Riba. That's the sell place. Riba. Alright.
"目にコンタクトをつける."
祖母と一緒に落語の公演に行く。
Yeah, I wouldn't say it any different. Just rakugo as well. I don't even know how to Americanize these anymore. Whoa, what would that be? Rakugo. Actually, it kind of just works, right? Oh no, rakugo. I will go to a rakugo performance with my grandmother. That's probably or Reikugo. American A. Reikugo. Rakugo.
プリンは僕の妹の大好物だ。
They're trying to get into design, right? So you've got to know how to draw and design different types of things. I imagine your portfolio, you've done that for like the last couple years of your life and you're just putting in a bunch of designs.
予報によれば明日は晴れるはずです。
トイレのスリッパを新しく買う。
Good point. Uh-oh. Right. What? What? Oh, I'm typing the wrong thing. Oops. What? Oh, I was typing age, not aga.
どうぞ召し上がってください。
So you're working on your sketching and different point of view designs right now, as opposed to like. Oh, I kind of thought you would have already prepped all of those things. That's interesting. Is that typical where you would be doing designs and stuff at the time of application, as opposed to like developing your portfolio prior to applying, like during your education? Oh no. No. Oh no. Oh,
私はアナウンサーになりたいです。
I had a feeling I was gonna drop that. Like 1 point perspective, 2 point, right? The different point perspectives. Fair enough, fair enough.
会議室に行く。
You've done it all previously, but you're not quite satisfied with it. Oh, okay, so you're touching it up. Fair enough, fair enough. Revisiting is a great exercise for applications. You know, to demonstrate the growth over time, or being able to even confirm it for yourself of your own growth by looking at, you know, the stuff that you've done, and then like, yeah, now we can even pump it up, you know.
あなたの1ヶ月の食費はいくら？
英会話のスクールに通う。
I'm excited for you getting into a university. Are you applying? So you're applying this term. So that means your university term would start in next year. Winter. Is that how that works? Like, so it will be like in the fall of next year, 2027. Q3 is when you're gonna start your university. You're applying this cycle. I actually don't know if the cycles are the same. That would be a presumption I'm making.
美容室で頭を剃ってもらう。
これはどこへ行った時の土産ですか？
It will start in August. 2027? Right? The next term? Or did you already... Oh, this August. Wait, so you've already finished applying? Or does it turn around that quick? Like, you haven't applied, but they just determine it, and then you just start the same cycle? That is fast. I guess that's pretty interesting. That is a really fast turnaround. Yeah, I was making the assumption, right? I was making the assumption in the United States, when you apply in a cycle, you then start the following cycle, or as early as summer in the following cycle. So like if you haven't applied yet, you would apply, like 2026 would be your application year, and then 2027 is when you start. But you're saying you're just straight up, you can apply and then you just start on the same cycle. That is really fast turnover. Rolling, is this like a rolling admissions thing? Are universities typically rolling admissions? A ticket office. Oh, Uriba.
新幹線のチケットの売り場はどこですか？
Ooh, that can get confused with the other Uriba. More specific Uriba. You gotta clear an exam and you've gotta give an interview. Okay. And then you just start on the same term. That's such a fast turnover. Oh, wait. Do you mean the application process is going to start in August, or do you mean your school is going to start? You're going to start studying, like you're going to start your education in August. Sorry, I guess I wasn't being clear. You mean like the new semester starts in August, Oh yeah, so you literally am going to apply now, do your exam and your interviews, and they're gonna say like yes or no before the end of this, like before August this year, and then you're just gonna go? Dang, that's really fast. Super fast. Impressive.
テストのために地理の勉強をする。
あなたの部屋は何階にありますか？
このスカーフはあなたのですか？
It doesn't even sound like you have time to breathe. Interesting. So technically it's not that different when it comes to starting. In the United States, you do your application the year before, like you work on your applications and stuff the year before you graduate. So like despite it taking a year, you're actually doing the application process the year before you graduate. So like in the year you're graduating, you're applying for the following year. So then you go straight into it. But the application process takes a year, as opposed to like immediately between the same year. It's intriguing. Quick decision making. You've got time till your results to prep your portfolio. Okay. Yeah, waiting for the exam results.
ATM へ行く。
父と一緒に庭の草を刈る。
この商品を返品することはできないようだ。
Okay. Okie dokie. Yep, that's a wrap for our things today. I was gonna catch up on our grammar stuff, but nothing like a great rant for all the... Oh, what did I get? New badge. Oh, 120 days. Alright, folks, that's a wrap for our Bunpro session today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up Bunpro for yourself. Give it a go. You're always welcome to come on by to share your experiences, your process, right? Your thoughts. I certainly have no shortage of commentary to share and exchange. Until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, take a quick bathroom break, walk around, stretch a little bit, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第483天 is day 483. Let's get into our lessons. We got
刃
the 3 days left after today, right? That does look like a 刃. Let's see, 刃 for blade. 刃. Right, 刃. So now we have interesting silk with the blade. Alright. I can do stitch. We're gonna use blade here. Oh no, it already has blade. Alright, let's see. Robin Hood is in the bathroom of the infirmary where he is stitching together some silk bandages by the sink. He wets the tip of a blade with water from the sink, then use that to stitch some silk thread, uniting a couple of pieces of tattered silk to create stitch bandages. That's pretty solid.
刃 离
Lee. Lee on the right is leave. So we're gonna use leave here. Seep through. Guess that's where that water thing is coming from. Link is inside the house. Let's see. He was given a quest to address a leak that is seeping through from the water. The rain that is spraying all over the ceiling. The roof, I suppose. Good enough. Seeping through.
离 赖
Lie. Leprosy. Oh, goodness. That does look like lie, though. Lie on the bottom right, which is to rely on. Rely on leprosy. Okay. So we got Legolas. Okay. In the bathroom of the high school. He is trying to use his elvish wisdom to help a elvish kid cover from his snot that is linked to his leprosy. Yeah, sure. That's not very good.
赖 瘸
Cheer. Oh, that's tough. So we have no down carrying character this time. Unless chair? Oh, for cutting, maybe? Maybe cutting at the top? Chair? Oh no, that's Jia. Whoops. No, that's Jia. Dang it. Yeah, I got nothing. We got Jia. We're gonna use add though. Add and meet. As opposed to muscular arm. So Quasi is inside the electricity plant. He was trying to be helpful to the employees that are sick with snot, with an illness, basically snot, by trying to add some meat to some healthy soup and offer oh, it's a limp, not a limb. It's not that are limping around, fatigued. Tries by offering some food. Had it some good old chicken meat that he heard was good at countering sickness and providing energy for the limp. Okay.
学魂
When wonton. Interesting. When? Is it Quinn? Oh yeah, it's Quinn. Dang it. Oh no, wait. Oh, there's Huynh. That's right, there's Huynh. We do Quinn though. Quinn. Descendant. Hulka's in the infirmary where he is helping out with providing aid for all those injured. In defending Earth. Was able to find this spare time. He was able to make use of his talents, like prepping food, like wontons that the descendants were very fond of. Okay. Sure.
魂
Okay.
刃
Okay.
里
Mm-hmm.
外
Mm-hmm.
魂
Ooh, this one's probably the roughest.
学
It's okay. There's no read to it. Okay.
A
Hey, oh my goodness, it's another one of those. Dang it. A, and it's a it's a initial drop. So okay. The left is something. What is that? This? Or it's E. What is E? Did. It's did. E. This means hey in the sense of trying to get someone's attention, yeah. Alright, so we got the cheeks in the bathroom of the beach house. Someone called out hey, right? Hey to the chief for some help with what they did with the bills. what they did to pay the bills for his service. Helping the house break. That's okay. Not the best.
A
A A
柳
Leo Leo tough. Like a tuft of fur? Tuft? Tuft? Yeah, okay, it's like a tuft, okay. Leo. The right definitely looks familiar, but I don't think it's a Leo. I made a special exception for that. What was it? Oh no, wait. It might actually be Leo. Like for... I keep thinking it's like a Jie or something. It's very special and it was recent. Yeah, oh, it's not a Jie, it's a Jiu. Alt. Okay. Okay. We're gonna use fault here. So Link is in the basement of the bakery. He was tasked with a quest to find special magical tufts of silk. Which find some new alternative of silk because previous one was at fault for not being useful enough to make the special magic croissants.
柳
Wait. What? Oh, I think I've totally... Oh, no, I didn't.
撅
Jie out. Wait. That's Jie, right? Oh, yeah, that's Jie. The right part is Jie. What was Jie? Faint? It was faint. We're using faint. Out. Utterance, alright. So... Okay. So Julius is in front of the electricity plant. He, ordering... Who is pouting and ordering... all his subjects by word of mouth to double their efforts and pouted about any faint indication of disagreement.
撅 绝
Yeah. Oh goodness. Yeah, that's a yeah. Okay, faint, unruly. All right, we're just getting all the negative stuff, huh? All right. So now he's back in the electricity plant. He is parading around with his unruly and spoiled poodle. How he demands double time all his employees, remaining with him and his poodle remaining absolutely unruly and intolerant of any faint disagreements. Okay. All right.
绝熏
Shing. I don't think that's Shing. It does look like smoke though. It's like black and smoke. I guess 1,000, but still black. Shing? I'm not. Oh wait, it might be Shing. No, it's not. Oh yeah. Oh, Shing. It's actually Shing. For fragrance. Not quite there, but 1,000 black things is fine. Maybe a smoke works. The X is in front of the infirmary. He was reading. He discovered a special recipe from reading the minds of some doctors and nurses about smoking some fragrant thousands of fragrant black flowers over an open fire to produce special type of smoked remedy for the mutants in the recovering unit. Let me guess. Oh no, just smoked meat. Shing roll.
熏
All right. Hey. Might as well just call this the Fonz. Hey.
绝
Gold, silk, and then
柳
that's tough. Leo is tough. I mean, it's a tough, but that's not. I'm not trying to make a pun there. It is gonna be pretty tough.
熏 撅
Okay.
力
Lee. The right side is Lee. Whetstone. To complement what D is whetstone as well. I'm guessing Lee D or D Lee. D Lee. Whetstone. What was the right hand character? It's not strict. Oh, it is. It's stern. I think it's stern. Lee for stern. Off the cricket. Yeah, stern. Alright. Alright, so Link is in the bathroom of the house. He received a stern request from the stern homeowner to provide to cover a special whetstone the nearby cliffs. Flowers and nearby cliffs. That's fine. And use the whetstone to sharpen tools in the bathroom. The bathroom sink. Okay.
力速
So, ooh. That's different. Because the bottom would be 猪. Yeah, and it's being sued. Su. So we had 猪 for soldier. I don't know we have another su. Oh, no, we have a sui. Yeah, sui for broken. And then the rest should be Trey, right? So something about helping a soldier, and it's Russell. What was the other one? Shu. Shu is Russell, and Su. No, wait. No, I think it's Su. The other is Su for Russell. I think. Yeah. Pretty sure the other is... Oh no. Is she... Oh no. Oh no. C is Russell. What is... There's another Russell. Yeah. Yeah, Sue. So I have Sue and Sue. Double Sue for Russell. And then the newest one, she is also Russell. Interesting. We're gonna use soldier here. Superman. Is in the house. He has rustled up a special mobile container. Give alien soldier the rescue. Pushing up. Sending him off to protect homeworld with a special container of supplies, right? That he was able to bustle up. From his storage, sure. Something like that.
速撅
Another one? Oh no, now it's fingers. Alright, snapping. Interesting. Alt, faint, snap. Okay. Louis is in front of the electricity plant once again. Is, I guess, faintly snapping and ordering subjects here and there. Out demand for his pet goat. I think goat's fine.
薛领
Ling. That's being, right? Being for report on the right. And now we gotta pivot to Ling. No, it's slightly different. Dang it. I think we're still gonna flex to report. I know it's gonna mix up with grain because that's an alter. Nah. Wait. Do we have Ling? Maybe we do have Ling. No, we don't. Womp womp. Wait, what was alter? A show, right? Should. Ah, man, it's the lid and return. Or whirlpool. Did I give a name for that yet? The lid and whirlpool. It kind of looks like a jar, honestly. Or we're gonna use time. Honestly, it kind of just looks like a jar. Could make it a jar. Let's go with it. This is gonna have some growing pains. Alright. Link is in the basement of the infirmary. He received a task to... We received the quest to go down into the chilly basement to fetch a special chili jar of fetch a chilled iced jar alter of the patients. Okay, I'm not sure how I feel about this yet.
领铺
Oh, shop. I feel like there's another shop. Pretty sure it's also pool. And also pretty sure it's off Trellis. Or was it Fool? I'm pretty sure it's Pool. Popeye? Oh, here it is. Oh, it's okay. Difference between a hut and metal. Okay. Oh, is kind of weak. Actually, do we have anything for trellis alone? I doubt it, right? Oh no, I forgot. Fool, barely. Oh no, I barely remember that. The left side is hut. We're gonna use hut. Umbrella and tongue can take a hike, man. We're using hut. So sha and pool. Sha and pool. No, sha and fool. And we get pool. Okay. So let's say Popeye. Popeye is in the bathroom of the house. He was able to set up a hut. Alright, when on the rare occasion of being home from sailing, he puts up a makeshift hut in the bathroom to wash spinach. Some rare spinach to try and consume. And for consumption and sale in his spinach shop. Sure. Same deal as the other one.
户
Okay.
立撅领素
Oof. Superman strikes again. Yikes. This lines up with Russell. Oops. Okay. Next five. Nung. Oh, Nung for sack. We're gonna use sack. Right? Yeah, that's sack. Alright. Ned is in front of Chapel. Oh, mutter again? That's like 4 different mutters. Okay. So he is in front of Chapel, muttering the importance of prayer and eyes as he holds out a sack to collect votes for the, I guess, for the Pope. That's good enough.
能制
Manufacture. Oh wow. That is a late one. What was the top? Was the top true? Yeah, the top is true. Pretty sure. Like system or control? Okay. True. Manufacturing, yeah. Okay. So James is in the bathroom of the house. He is in on system matching to for some underwater equipment. Uses the bathtub to test the equipment. He manufactured with the portable system. Okay.
致谢
Yeah. Oh, hey. Connie. Or Connie? Wow. That ended up not being Jue. Wait. Hold up. Yeah. So let me guess. Jue? Jue Xie. Xie Jue? Peng? Xie. Oh no, it's Peng? Oh no. Oh, this is the yeah. So this is Connie, but Peng was the not Jue. Peng. That's not Jue. Oh, I know why I think of it is as Jue. The top part is Jue to untie, but it's also Xie. What was Xie? Lazy? I think it was lazy. Let's go find lazy. With the soul on the left. Yeah. Or laxed. Lax is fine. But the principle is Jie. Not Jie, sorry. Jie. Or untie. Xie is pretty weak. Lax. Okay. So untie. Interesting. Tina's in the bathroom. Electricity plants. She is taking a break from her guard duties. Take care of her special crab. A pet crab. Unties a parcel of insects. Feed the crab that is happily swimming around in the bathroom sink. Goodness.
谢金
Ding. A whale. Closest I can think about is what? Jiu. Or like at once. Oh, I forgot about Jing. Of course, Jing for capital. How could I forget Jing for capital? Dang. That's awkward. Comedian Chan's in front of the manor where he's creating the scientifically largest fish bowl in the world. Okay, that's fine. The shape of the gigantic Capitol building and it's right on Immaculon. Inside swims a small whale that has a bunch of high-tech monitoring. Alright, I got you. That actually works pretty well. Jingyu, okay. Jing. Okay.
金驴
We got more animals. Donkey. Hang on. Wow, we didn't get a lot of fish or trees today. Interestingly enough. Alright, donkey. Lu? Lu? Really? Lu instead of Lu? The right is Lu for Lu. Pretty sure it's just Lu. Yep. Now it's Lu. Okay. Lu doesn't really help. Man, okay. So Louis is inside the house. He demanded that one of his subjects, Lu, find a proper donkey, a proper horse for his next adventure, and not a donkey. Okay.
驴
Alright.
能治蟹驴鲸
Okay. Not bad, not bad. It's getting late. This is update? Nope. Alright, so we're gonna do our same deal. Okay. We're doing the previous 3 days. Oh, it's probably gonna be 8 to because it's after midnight. So let's do this. Yeah, now we're 3 days. We're within 3 days of completing all our character studies. Or our initial character exposure, basically. Alright, let's go over these. Liao. Put down. Oh, no, wait. That's not put down. That's, Luo. Pile. Or is that Luo for... No, that's... Oh, whoops. Luo for pile. That's okay. It's kind of a rough one. Luo. Pile. E. And ancient bronze mirror. Shu, refine. Qi. Headland. Third. Oh, coat. Oh, no, wait. This Zhong... Oh, no. Oh, no, that's not Zhong. That's Zhi. Or Ji. That's because that's incense. Yeah, that's... Oh, no, that's Tai. I think this is the one that I screwed up the read on the bottom. Right, Tai. Which is just Tai. And Zhong, this is palm tree. I. Table, desk. O. Seagull. T. Oh no, T. Hoof. Law. What the law? Bamboo basket. Oh. Let's say something like remorse. Oh, it is remorse. That's kind of weak. Lee, gravel. Co. Bandit. Lee. What? Oh, fence. Ling. Salmon. Done. Pour wine. Nong. Pus. It's not Jian, it's something else. Erm metal. Oh, goodness. Tongue is hard. Okay. I just don't have a connection. Firm metal just doesn't connect with anything. Maybe he was grasping it firmly to make sure that he doesn't move it. Ding. View and soul. No dice. Awaken. Ooh. I feel like the past bird had something to do with sea, right? Oh no, Che, Mad Pine. Oh no. Nothing about this screams Che. Kind of reminds me of the retreat. That's tough. Those three are tough. Rest. Ying. Nope. Ying. Oriole. Yo. Just black, yeah. Yo, black. It carries the top character. Yen. Or is it Yen? Tian. What type of bird stole your things? It's a Mandarin duck. Oh goodness, that's a little bit. This Zhi or Hurl? Or is it Wei Chung? Oh goodness, abdominal tumor. Chung, I do not know where I'm getting the... Oh, it's because of the target. Didn't see target. Okay. Line. Is this an elm tree? An olive! Ugh. Son of a dingus. This wasn't saddle. No, this isn't saddle. Bridle. T. Okay. For bridle. It's fine. Follow hearts. Song. Insight. It looks like law. Nope. Looks like law. Long-winded. Young. No. That's a Mandarin duck too. The heck is going on there? What happened? It was like the Black Pepper Kid. Yeah. Yeah, dang it. That's pretty rough. Evil. Gnome Charm, okay. My Haze Lee Drench Cho Lap and Soul. Like melancholy. Okay. I was thinking worry. Melancholy is. Two. Ooh, for performance. Oof, that's one. Nong? Or is that Nong? Oh yeah, that's Nong. That's for our mutter today, right? No. Yeah, no. It's still Nong. Or mutter. Oh yeah, it's still mutter. That's right. There we got Ren. Bitches. Lee. Seeping through. Lie, leprosy. When. Wonton. Chair. Okay, limp. Hey. Chair. Unruly. I think that's Leo. Or tough. Shing. Smoke. The smoke. Jie. Out. Lee. Whetstone. Jie. Snap. Ling. Chili. So. Russell. Ooh, shop. Nung. Mutter. As well. Zhu. Manufacture. Xie. Crab. Lui. Donkey. Jing whale. Alright, so we got these guys. Holding firm to some special metal for Piggy, I guess. Miss Piggy. English manner. Very priceless for a metal, I suppose. Ting. The view. Maybe a capital during the day. Trying to awaken some souls. Not the greatest. Chair. Lost chair. Bird path. Chair. Dang you. What type of bird are you? A magpie. Just gotta know it or you know it. Know it or you don't. Young. Illicit. Because abdominal tumor. Okay. Lung. A pawn shop. We got a pawn shop. Olive. Oh goodness. So olive and magpie. It's a problem. All right. And yeah. Focus on the narrative here. Gnome taking a child hostage. That person. All right. Let's do our retroactive stuff. Okay, what do we have here? The clam. No, oyster. Oyster, not clam. Da. Joe. Helmet. Ja. Odd. Oh wait, that's right. Chi, maggot. Obviously. Liang. Millet. Oh, actually, that's roof beam. Millet has grain on the bottom. Lee, Chinese mile. Animal it. Tian, starch. Zhi, solicit. Jie, borrow. Pull, entrust. Pool. Seemingly. And I get a mix between assist and seemingly. Ooh, to duplicate. Ooh, to register. Ooh. Butterfly. I don't remember what bat is. Or partnership. Ying. Cherry. Ying. Recite. Probably the weirdest one. Kutsu. Jiang. Ma. Agate. Or harvest. Chung, discern. Chung, rise up. Hung, splash. Run. Sink. Chu. Check. Check, right? Check. Okay. Ling, exquisite. Tai, typhoon. Ma, ant. Ni, female you. Yin. This. Jia, furniture. Meng, drizzle. Wall. Steep bank. Brown. So astringent. T, silicon. Hong. Polonia. Like in Polonia. G. No, Jewel, gigantic. What the? No, that's two. Sincere. Neil. Right, or button. Oops, put the accent mark, with the tone marker in the wrong place. Neil. Tea, cream. What in the world? Sheng? No. Quinn. Quinn, female. What? Han. Regret. Or bold. Dang it, bold. Wrong one. Wrong Han. Oh, is this who? This is coral though. Okay. I still don't know what bat is. This is... Oh no, wait. That's Lee for suffer. Not lol. I'm gonna say click of tongue. Dang it, wrong tone. It's kind of hard for the utterance. Yin, swallow. Right. Swa. Trivial. Ooh. Bold. Ooh. Caress. Oh, you are different. Quay, sunflower. Jewel, spider. Oh, what the chief? How do I chief this up? I'm gonna say 直 for hurl. Okay. Ting? Nope, that's not it. It's yen. Yen slug. Okay. Ling, actor, and Ling for listen. Okay. So what? Wrong tone. That sucks. Yeah, it's tough. Either outside or inside. Is that it? Everything else was pretty reasonable. So the past stuff is still pretty okay. Our current ones are a little bit rough. Alright, cool. Cool. 3 days left. Then we hit that review. Alright folks, that's a wrap for HanziHero today. We're gonna watch this later. Yeah. As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up HanziHero for yourself. Give it a go. There are some updates from the devs. That's exciting. Although waiting a year is a little concerning. There's that. And you're always more than welcome to come on by. Yap, exchange ideas, right? Talk about thoughts, discuss. Until next time. 大家下次见。感谢观看。See you guys next time. Take care. Bye now.